last time. Remember when you came and sat here at my side? First time I ever really sang my mind. Layla left you for dead, no. Upon return, nobody did I find. I lost my head, left you behind. How I wish I could have turned back that time. But today I'd say could be a good day. The sun on ocean waves that make the spray that hurtles to my face without hurt or fill the space between me and the golden rays. Let's play upon this place of ever-cleansing slates and ever-shifting sands and yet ever-uplifting hands. I love you more than I ever even could have hoped to last time. Remember when I told you now I walk a lonely road? You couldn't even read the signs. Ready to leave me for dead, no. But upon return still nobody did I find. I lost my head, left you behind. How I wish I would have turned back the time. Oh. Today I'd say could be a good day. The sun on ocean waves that make the spray that hurtles to my face without hurt or fill the space between me and the golden rays. If it's play upon this place of ever-cleansing slates and ever-shifting sands and yet ever-uplifting hands. I fell up out of love. I don't know how I came back down, 'cause I felt like I lost gravity without you around. I don't know if I am stuck or how to get around this ever-growing cavity where once my heart was found. Oh. But today I say it could be how to change the way it would be, and you finally understood me. I see my reflection in a dirty tinted window and realize Since you left me guessing at the scene of this crime, baby, I've sought to find out heaven, everything you've left behind. Got the memory of the moment you last lived in my mind. However, heaven right here on earth is now so hard to find. So I will travel to eternity to see creation's most beautiful sight. If to me your heaven, your gates are even open past tonight. And if I say it, you can trust it's true, 'cause I have put my trust in you. So lie is what I must not do, unless in love and just with you.
What do you guys know about
Just
Two Men?
with you. Since you left me guessing at the scene of this crime, baby, I've sought to find out heaven, everything you've left behind. I've got the memory of the moment you last lived in my mind. However, heaven right here on earth is now so hard to find. So I will travel to eternity to see creation's most beautiful sight. If to me your heaven, your gates are even open past tonight. And if I say it, you can trust it's true, 'cause I have put my trust in you. So lie is what I must not do, unless in love and just with you. Just with you. Standing on the patio outside your door, I knock once more, wishing that you loved me so much more, and that you'd open up this door. Baby, if you could somehow see the simple man I could be, I think you love, my love, and if you want it, then it's yours. Got a ticket in the crowd outside your door. I feel ignored, but now I know I hold the number 4. I know you'll never love me more. Baby, if you could somehow see the simple man I could be, I think you love, my love, and if you want it, then it's yours. Hanging on the handle on your door, never felt less like a man before. Can't you see that I need this, and we could be so damn much more? Oh baby, if you could somehow see the simple man I could be, my love, and if you want it, then it's yours. About the way the world's crumbling down and down and down. No beach, just coast, we'll come closer to town. Well, I see San Francisco Bay in the sundown through goggles or under.
What's up, you sexy fuckers?
Suddenly, California can't be found.
Oh, it's time to go.
We should all take a good last look around.
It's closing time. I leave on the neon light, the open sign. You're coming anytime.
But you passed it by the road you're on.
Try to turn around your own design, but you're running out of time.
How long do you think we'll stumble around and drown, saying the structure of the world was faulty found?
For what it's worth, the earth is round. Ain't got no good news to say, so say nothing at all, at all. How long till the third tallest tower falls? It's closing time, I live on the neon light, open sign. You're coming anytime, but you passed it by the road you're on. Gotta try to turn around your own design. Well,
Oh, but you're running out of time. There's hope alive inside. You're coming anytime. 'Cause there's hope alive inside. You're running out of time. But there's hope alive inside. You're coming anytime. 'Cause there's hope alive inside. Oh, but you're running out of time.
well. All right, let us rise with thine Ronin. Row, 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 row. Ye old Ronin. What do y'all know about Too Mad?
I'll tell you what I know. Too Mad is a content creator with millions of subscribers. He was one of the biggest up-and-coming creators of his generation. Came up around the same time that, like, you know, people like Call Me Carson and Jay Schlatt were coming up, and he was doing very well. Now, initially, he started off. this is the 2Mad channel, but the initial 2Mad
Alright.
channel was actually his other channel, which is now called 2Mad360. And on this channel, he started off making Overwatch edits, which you guys may have seen if you were in the Overwatch community. I played a little Overwatch, but not a ton.
Nah. No
I
Overwatch
wasn't
over
really
here.
an Overwatch person. But
Y'all
you know what?
keep
This is
that
how we started off.
Overwatch over
And
there.
people love these
Watch.
videos.
You're going to love this. Trust me. What you're seeing now is my
Y'all gonna love this game. Alright, so I went through the tutorial without y'all, but I'm sure y'all survive.
Stay off the weed.
So it was sort of like a YouTube poop MLG montage parody type thing, harken back to old YouTube, and people love these videos, right? He did very well off of these videos. I mean, this one has 2 million views, and he was a great editor. He definitely contributed to the global knowledge and skill base around editing and like how to get things done, how to make it entertaining. Because the thing with his videos was like every single second there was stuff going on. Every single second.
Poop.
There was always a new thing.
He
Well,
was a poop
eventually, he
channel,
stopped doing
guys.
the Overwatch edits. He started, you know, showing his
Don't
face
tell
a little
him
more.
that though.
He started being more of a personality, and he starts streaming, and he becomes one of the biggest content creators of our generation, who you guys probably remember best for the Goodnight Girl meme. Now, the video was originally in a video titled My Life's Biggest Bruh Moments.
Oh, hey. I just about to go to bed.
Bruh.
No, we couldn't Skype tonight, but that's alright. Good night, girl. I'll see you tomorrow.
This video has 7 million views, by the way. And this video is literally just a compilation of random videos of him, right? Literally just a compilation of random videos of him hanging out, having fun, acting dumb, acting silly. And he blew the f up. He was extremely popular during this time for the memes like this. This video was actually featured in PewDiePie's YouTube Rewind video at the time, where he was like, YouTube Rewind, but it's good. This video was in it. 2Mad was officially recognized by, at the time, the biggest YouTuber of all time. And still someone who's a legendary creator, right? Well, 2Mad, at the peak of his popularity, started to fall off. He stopped uploading as much. He started tweeting all the time. The videos became much more low effort, and nobody really knew why. Well, eventually, I actually got in a call with 2Mad. This is before my stream. This is before anything happened. This was a private call we had just randomly. I had talked to him a little bit here and there. Actually, years ago, there was a point in time where 2Mad did a cameo in a video of mine. I actually don't remember which video, but he said something to the I don't even remember what it was. But I had him do like some random cameo in a video of mine that he just recorded on his phone, and it was funny. And he was one of the biggest content creators at the time, so you know, I appreciated that from him a lot. But I had a call with him. That call was, I want to say, a month before the stream I ended up doing with him, which I'll explain in a moment. But during that call, I was asking him, like, what's up? Why aren't you making videos? And he basically said that he was depressed because there was something with a girl going on, and it was just bumming him out. He broke up with a girl, and that kind of had him in a bad mood, right? But he seemed like he was trying to get back on the wagon. That seemed to be the case. Well. Eventually, some allegations were dropped about 2Mad from a girl named Goldilocks. Now, I made videos about this at the time. Sorry, Goldie Bells, I believe was her name. This video is where I covered it. Ag, who says he harassed people in like a serious story, but you know, from an entertainment perspective, which what I do is entertainment, it's getting old for me. Thank you, Mickey, for the dono. Which is why the last, you know, quite a few videos have not been about Twitter, Me Too's, or whatever. But obviously now and then I cover it, and just parody and satire.
Like this edgy comedian-style YouTuber known for making memes and always doing satire. Well,
He's doing satire, guys. He's doing satire, he's doing edgy comedy. It's just for satirical purposes. It's just parody and satire. That's the worst thing to come from 2016 YouTube. The destruction of the meaning of the word satire and, like, parody.
now we're starting to find out some of this isn't satire. But before we get into that, you might know him a couple months ago. He went viral for doing a collab with Bella.
How did I forget this? Also, how does Keemstar not know her name is Belle? You guys probably remember this is like a huge collab that he did back in the day. Like actually a huge collab. I mean, with the biggest, like, fans creator of our generation, biggest like star kind of our generation, right? This video is brought to you by G Fuel, the world's leading energy drink brand. They sell these little tubs of powder that you can mix with water and then just get going. It's that easy. It's got an amazing taste. It's clean, caffeinated energy that will keep you laser focused while watching skibbity toilet videos all day. And there are 40 servings of this stuff in every single tub, so it's a lot of bang for your buck. And right now for March, it's G Fuel Madness, where you can buy one tub and get another one absolutely free. They just sent me this Naruto Sage Mode G Fuel, which is excellent. And I've also got my personal favorite here, Blue Ice, which is just a great flavor. Mixes with water really well, and like once again, like it tastes great. And the best part about it is there's no crash or jitters after I drink it. Don't be a loser. Buy G Fuel today with my link in the description below and in the top comment, so you can get the best powdered energy on the market, and so they keep giving me money. I like that a lot. Thanks for watching. Back to the video. I like that a lot. Thanks for watching. Back to the video. Well, where did the accusations come from? Where did it all start? Well, at one point on Twitter, 2Med tweeted out this. He said, "I have girlfriend, look bro." When he was in the middle of schizo posting, he posted a picture of Brianna. She was a dead trans teenager from England who was murdered by two people, apparently for her trans identity. And 2Mad was posting a picture of her. I think she was also underage at the point of this picture. I think she was 16 or something. So people start calling 2Mad a horrible person who mocks trans people, transphobic, stuff like that. And that was around the same time that Goldie Bell decided to talk about her experience with 2Mad. Now, all these tweets are now deleted. So I have to go through the archives to find them now. But I will find them. And what did Goldie Bell allege? What was her initial tweet about it? You're really gonna do me like that, dude? You're just gonna wipe your account. There is an archive, thank God. And thank God the Wayback Machine is the fastest website in the known land. So we can get it really fast and cool. She tweeted out, "2Med is psychotic. What he said about the trans girl is the way he is IRL. He's way worse IRL. Most psychopathic person I've ever known. If you're reading this, Medea, this isn't an excuse to try talking to me again. I'm completely serious about involving the police." This was the initial tweet she made. Now, she also made a number of other tweets where she showed that he was basically stalking her, spamming her with messages, being a crazy person, and eventually that culminated in an allegation of assault. He's the king of ketamaxing. He definitely was ketamaxing, dude. He was going crazy with the ketamaxing. Nick says, "Tom, check DM." I will in a sec. I haven't gotten to the document yet, though. Well, allegations come out. 2Mad starts posting over and over and over. Eventually, a lawsuit happens, and eventually, I had him on my stream. This is the 2Mad interview. 400,000 views. This video was later cited in the lawsuit or protection order, whatever you want to call it, that was filed against 2Mad, against Medea Sadiq. Me and Gokanaru were present for this, and it was very interesting experience, you know. This stream definitely didn't make 2Mad look good, I would say. I would say that, if anything, he admitted to being obsessive, borderline stalking. He showed us a video of her crying where he was like constantly trying to touch her leg or whatever, and she didn't like it. There was a lot of like that in there. He also claimed that while they were together, the impetus for their relationship was that he messaged her asking if she wanted to suck his dick for money, and she said yes, and she did it several times according to him. So I mean, that's basically the way that their relationship started in his eyes. But in his mind, it did eventually, you know, it did end in a relationship. And in her eyes, they never dated. So that's just one contradiction. She eventually filed an emergency protective order against him, saying that she was in fear of her life. 2Mad went crazy, basically, lost his mind, was addicted to ketamine, and it was on a certain day that we found out 2Mad had passed away. This is just big bullet points here. We're going to have to go more in depth in this document, as you can imagine. YouTuber 2Mad, dead at 23, investigated as possible OD. An eerie fact about one of the last things 2Mad appears to have been doing before he passed. According to his Discord page, he was playing Overwatch and seems to have not changed his active status for over 1 week. Law enforcement sources tell us the internet personality, who has millions of followers across his various YouTube channels and social pages, was found unresponsive Tuesday night at his Los Angeles area home. This is after somebody called in to ask for a welfare check. I thought it was wellness, but whatever. Welfare, dude. Just because he's black doesn't mean you can joke about that, TMZ. We're told 2Mad hadn't been heard from in several days by concerned parties, and he even missed some appointments. As a result, the LADP was sent to check on him, and that's when they found his body, although it's unclear how long he'd been in that state. Our sources say there was drug paraphernalia found on the scene, and at this point we're told it is being investigated as a possible overdose. No foul play suspected in the death. Well, what happened after that? Well, what happened after that was that James Ski, someone who had a beef with him a long time ago, and who I actually spoke to recently about the situation, ends up tweeting out about Tumad a big tweet. I can finally say it. Tumad was in a file. Over the past few years, he tried to murder me multiple times for helping the police and detectives in multiple states to investigate a lot of horrible things he's done. He wanted to take out multiple innocent lives by getting behind a wheel and going head-on on a freeway while being high on illegal drugs. He didn't succeed once, as he overdosed before killing everybody, so he tried it again. Despite him trying to murder me and multiple innocent lives, I've been trying to help law enforcement to make sure he's safe. Doesn't hurt and doesn't harm anybody. Please remember that he's a pedophile. He continued to prey on the vulnerable even after the police got involved, including a 13-year-old in a mental hospital. This tragedy doesn't excuse any of his actions. I will address a lot of stuff when I fully collect my thoughts. Past few months have been a total mess, and the reason why I ended up in the ER. Please give me time. Now, seeing something like this, obviously the biggest concern for someone like me is, where is the proof? Where is the proof for any of this? A lot of commentary YouTubers are giving him saying he lied. Well, we're going to find out today. We're going to find out if he told the truth or if he lied. We've got an entire 52-page document, okay, to go over in regards to the Tumad situation. And it's probably going to get crazy. Whatever happens, whether Tumad is guilty, whether Tumad is innocent, it's going to get crazy. Now, James Key tweeted out a lot about this. Rubber Ross said, "This is a lot, but yeah, I witnessed firsthand Tumad's threats on James's life during TwitchCon. Couldn't even go home because he knew his address and was en route to Vegas after threats. We had used our hotel room to hide out, waiting for law enforcement." As opposed to this super long tweet. When my friends and colleagues say that my life was in constant danger, they're not just talking about threats. Within a short time frame, I had a bullet hole put in my office window. Was told to wear a concealed bulletproof vest when I'm in public. Witnessed a SWAT team with ballistic shields outside of my home and had to cooperate with an anti-terrorism unit when the made implications of people's lives being in my control at TwitchCon. Leading to the entire convention center being surrounded by police SUVs. This isn't even all the things I, my colleagues, and my close ones had to endure just to give a perspective. I don't think I need to explain why I was not talking about it publicly, but if multiple people coming forward confirming what I said is true isn't enough, a lot of information is now public records and can be accessed by anyone. There was never a lawsuit at any point. There were court orders that led to multiple cases, civil and criminal. Once again, this has never been a lawsuit. A lot of things are public records and always have been. It was never about money. He lied to the public, and some morons ate it up despite court cases being public records. The justice courts in multiple jurisdictions deemed it necessary to provide restraining orders to protect the victims and witnesses and those around them. The burden of proof was on the prosecution, and it was met in full. The courts issued multiple permanent restraining orders for multiple of the victims, as he was vicious, unhinged, and violent, going out of his way to hurt not just his victims, but those who were close to them, all just to inflict maximum damage on everyone he's hurt. Tumad has been caught destroying evidence, sending death threats to witnesses, and fabricating stuff to brainwash his audience. The judge shut down his lies during the hearing, and all of this is public records. Just a reminder that this guy got caught hiding in the court's cafeteria when he realized he would have to go see one of his victims in person again. This is the same guy who was dancing on the grave of a murdered child just a year ago. I think this is in regards to Breonna Gray. This is the same guy who secretly recorded multiple videos of him committing crimes, including assault and pointing a gun at one of his victims. He shared those videos with friends, but was mortified to find out the court had gotten a hold of them. This is public records once again. I was told the arrest warrant was supposed to go just before the final overdose. There are multiple reasons why it took so long. The main reason being that the investigation involved many jurisdictions in multiple states, and the amount of everything
We're
they had to
doing
go
both
through has been
headphones.
insane. Outside of direct messages, phone calls, and live streams, he tweeted over 17,200 times since early August alone. Also, some people interfered with the investigation, and I'm waiting on confirmation whose names I can bring on
No,
today.
stop button.
Now, one of those people has now been named. I believe that person is just a minx. I do have to state here that these are all allegations, and this isn't just like a legal disclaimer. This is also just a disclaimer. Like I genuinely don't know what happened here. You know, I wasn't there, so everything we're gonna learn today is gonna be from James Key's document that he released. All while a lot of information is public or will be soon made public by the authorities, please don't bring up the victims' names and don't wish ill will on Tumad's family. I can't stress enough that despite what he put me and others through, leading to my health complications and maybe end up in the ER, I've been actively making sure he doesn't overdose, and while the DAs were preparing everything for prosecution, they were going to great lengths to make sure he doesn't get hurt and get the help he needed. Meanwhile, his rabid fan base has been encouraging him to continue what he has been doing, attacking his victims directly, and encourage others to do the same. This isn't the hill you should die on. Stay safe. Here we have a picture of some police officers with their faces blurred. Here we have what looks like a bullet hole in a window. Here we have a picture of a bunch of, I don't even know what this is. Is this police reports? I guess that's what's being implied here. The little sheriff thing. I thought that was the Star of David for a second. And here we have a picture of, I guess this is him being billed from the hospital. I don't know. I don't understand how he ended up in the ER as a result of this guy still, but we're gonna find it out. We're gonna find it out. Now, around the time of his death, a lot of videos came out about Too Mad. Videos just talking about his death more generally, but also videos of the moments leading up to his death, which are pretty disturbing, actually, if you take a look at them. Here, a video titled "Too Mad Stripping Out Prior to Passing." I believe this is from his Discord server.
What the is going on with this guy? What is going on with this? Why is he taping his arm? What?
He doesn't even look. He doesn't even look like him. He looks like a different person. It's pretty disturbing. He's like attempting to attach a crutch to a bag or something.
What is what? What is he gonna do with that dongle?
He's attaching like a dongle that you used to like put in an SD card to like a crutch or something on his floor. You can see he's got some weights here.
What?
He's got like some kind of mystery machine, like lunchbox over here. I don't even know what's going on here. And there's a lot of videos like this that if you click on them, it's just like, it's like this, right? And we've also got this video called "Too Mad Plan to Do It," which is from the last moments of his life, basically. Amazing stream layout, by the way. What am I looking at? Nikola Tesla and Do It Again. Also, something pass. Consent pass.
Wow, that's awesome.
About holding it down.
Never mind.
I ain't a quitter. Watch here.
I'm bound with purpose.
Surrender to my will.
It's done.
Like, he just seems totally out of it.
Heroes never die.
So the stream stops, but then I saw this comment. After watching some minutes of the stream, I'm more certain that his OD was likely a suicide attempt. Look at how in the beginning he talks about the live viewer count, something he didn't care about for months, and he knew it was just going to plummet down. As if this stream was literal hours before his death, which happened around 11 p.m., his time judging by his last Discord message, and he didn't stream for a while before this. This stream was likely his test to see if he still had a reasonably sized audience on YouTube, which he didn't have anymore.
That's not what I was originally talking about. What was it that I was talking about? Oh, the viewer count's dropped by 100. What was it that I was originally talking about? First one to remind me, it's the $10 that I got on stream. Just kidding, I'm not giving you shit. It's not black stuff. It's the question you cannot answer ever. Why? No, don't say that. Say it!
We got another video here. That one's pretty disturbing. This one is titled "Too Mad Foreshadowing His Death" in the last stream. We already saw that one. Same clip. We have this video.
I have...
Okay, that's not really important. Still. So this one is his Instagram stories in the days leading up to his death.
Right now.
Happy New Year! Fucking Monday! Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, don't fucking look at me! Bitch, I'm... No! Done.
We made a bet. And now I'm angry. And now this is you losing that bet.
But he did seem like he was definitely losing his sanity in the final days. I think it's clear that there's something wrong with this guy. Especially from the video of him in his room trying to attach a crutch to a dongle. I don't know what he could have possibly even thought he was doing there. But, you know, the 2Mad thing is really... I wouldn't say I'm depressed about it, but it's a very weird feeling for me because, you know, 2Mad was talking to a few YouTubers in the days leading up to his death. And, you know, Technicals was one of those people. Gokanaru was one of those people. I was one of those people. And, you know, we were all kind of trying to give him advice on what he should do. You know, nothing... I don't think he took any of the advice I gave him. But he also wanted me to make a video debunking the allegations really badly. And I didn't do that. I put it off and I put it off. And I was waiting for more developments to happen. And then before I knew it, he was dead. You know... I don't know if that, I don't know if me making a video would have changed anything. I don't think I could have saved him. At the end of the day, I still don't know if the allegations are real. We're going to try to figure it out today. But, you know, ultimately I feel like there's probably nothing I could have done to help him. Because he was addicted to ketamine. You know? You farm him for content? That's true, I do that. That's very true. But in fairness, I mean, he was literally coming on my live stream. But yeah, I mean, it was pretty crazy. He was adding me to group chats in the final days. He had me to some group chat with like Pyrocynical and Nerd City and Colossus Crazy and like Gokanaru. Are you upset about it? I'm upset about the fact he's dead. Yeah, that's pretty upsetting, I would say. It's upsetting that he's dead. Yeah. We have a crazy document today from Jameski, okay? And I actually messaged Jameski about this. I had tweeted at him asking for an interview or something. And he said it would be coming out soon. This was like a few days ago. And then he put out this document. So we're going to take a look at this. Do you think he had a bias towards him? The evidence was quite damning. No, I wouldn't say so. I mean, I did like his content, but, you know, I certainly didn't... in fairness, I did try to do him, you know... I didn't try to do him very dirty on that live stream he came on, and no matter what, he just kept talking in circles about he wasn't really helping his case, was he? Is what I'm saying, really. You know, we gave him multiple outs, basically, to be like, so this is what happened. He'd be like, no, this is what happened, which is like the worst possible version of events. So it was pretty crazy. TBH Podcast mentions the group chat. Yeah. That is the one that I was added to for a bit, and then I think I got kicked, but I'm not really sure why. But yeah, 2Mad was trying to get all of us to make a video, and just like nobody did it because he was just hard to listen to. And no matter what, you know, I don't think he's not the easiest person to defend, you know what I mean? But this is a 52-page document about what happened. So I want to figure out what actually happened, you know? I want to figure out what went on with 2Mad. I have a little bit of a personal investment in this because I talked to this guy. No one ever would have assumed he would do this. I mean, to be honest, looking back, it's not that shocking, you know? Like, if you watch, like, the pattern of events that happened, like, sequentially, it's not the most shocking thing in the world. The thing that we all wanted him to do more than anything was just, like, compile all of his evidence into, like, a Google Doc and then, like, make a video actually trying to debunk it, you know what I mean? Because we didn't have all of his... We didn't have all those details. It wasn't organized. We didn't know what went on. So if he really thought he could have debunked it, what we wanted him to do was just make a video. He just didn't do it. He just didn't do it. Why? I don't know. Maybe he's just too crazy. I think he literally had schizophrenia. It's disturbing to see his name on the articles about his death. It is disturbing. Another thing that's disturbing is 2Mad, I don't know if you guys know this, but he's talked about in interviews and stuff. He was like a very lonely person in high school, completely alone, like basically nonverbal, had no friends. And then he blew up on the internet and made all these friends, right? After just like being like a literal neat shut-in. Due to his mental illness, due to whatever he did to this girl, due to him constantly schizo-posting, due to his drug addiction, he ended up in the same place, playing Overwatch in his bedroom alone. Alone. That's crazy. Ugh. This document delves into a critical analysis of Tumad's crimes, both online and in person, that have profoundly impacted Tumad's victims' lives. I urge the readers to approach the content with care and empathy. Please respect the privacy of the victims and leave them alone. Thank you. Content warning: mentions and evidence of SA, drug abuse, and violence are included throughout text, which may be disturbing for some viewers. This is formatted for the desktop version. I think it's sad parents be outliving their kids. That is sad, yeah. I imagine Tumad's parents are not having a fun time right now with this. This is formatted for desktop version. For users on mobile, please switch to print layout for proper viewing. To begin this document, it should be clear that Tumad owned both airsoft and real firearms. The investigation discovered a real Glock and AR-15 among prop weapons. Tumad's fascination with guns and his drive to push legal and moral boundaries to see what he could get away with was public knowledge. Airsoft and real firearms. Included below are private and public references of him using and being in possession of illegal firearms, as well as references of him trying to dispose of his guns. So if you guys remember, on my live stream, Tumad said that he didn't actually own any guns. I remember this specifically. And in the days following, people like Yumi also tweeted out saying that the picture that was used in the lawsuit was actually an airsoft gun. So, like, for example, here, this photo is from 2019 from my Instagram. It has apparently ended up in a lawsuit to be shown as real guns. Bro, they are unloaded BB guns. Here we can see, this is one of the pictures that was in the lawsuit, I believe. But James Key here claims that there are real guns. That's scary, man. Like, I've done it once, I can do it again. Yeah, but, like, why? Lamau, what I did was, like, some demon. Like, relax, look, I bought an AR-15 and a Glock during that period, selling it now. I bought it because I was like, let me shoot holes into the walls. Like, what are you doing? I don't even know what this means. Shoot holes into walls. Team has public references to being in possession of someone else's firearms. So that's this, I guess. This is from my stream.
Did you ever at any point, like, actually show her a real firearm or not?
No.
Did you have them?
Okay.
Perhaps.
He's on demon
Were
time.
they yours or like someone else's?
That was somebody else's.
Okay.
So I guess I was wrong. I see he said he did have real guns on my stream.
All right. Huh.
I thought I changed
say
the
it was
underwear
someone
color
else's,
on
like-
these guys.
Were you using them? Like, did you take them to the range or anything?
No.
Okay. Where were you keeping them?
I was keeping it in the hurt locker.
What the?
That's what she thought.
Okay.
Nick DiOrio sent me something he wanted me to open. Just read James Key's document, and wow, I honestly don't think Tumad will survive this controversy. Like, bro, what he said on page 92 is actually unacceptable. Someone needs to put a stop to this man's antics. Tumad needs to check himself with reality. Okay, so this is just... There are 52 pages, so I think Nick just didn't read it. Real talk, though, no way I'm reading a single word of the 52-page James Key manifesto on Tumad. Spelled manifesto wrong. I hope this brings James Key whatever closure he's pretending he's giving victims by actually giving himself, and move on. As for Tumad, damn bro, that sucks, or damn bro, you suck, depending on what he did.
Let me take we don't care. Yep.
Nick's a dick. Tumad's public reference to him putting a loaded gun to his head. Okay.
Like, I had a friend say that. He was like, yeah, that's rock bottom. It's like, that's not rock bottom. That is.
Yeah, rock bottom is subjective. And everyone's got a different one.
Rock bottom. I don't even know what that is.
It's whatever the lowest you feel like you could ever go before being like, oh, I'm done. Yeah. Whatever drives you to your breaking point.
That sounds like mania.
Kinda. It can. Rock bottom can drive people insane. Manic. Make people lose it. Understandably.
Yeah, no, but you're right. The reason why he thought I was hitting rock bottom is because I had a loaded gun pointed at my head as a joke. But obviously, I'm not going to pull a trigger. But because she's a woman, and women can't. Women just can't calibrate normally. She can't realize that like we do this with the boys all the time, even though it frightens you.
Okay, it is absolute insanity to put a loaded gun to your head. Whether you intend to pull the trigger or not, that is so dangerous. Because like literally, like one slight movement, someone.
Well, if
bumping
you
or something,
intend to
you
pull
could
the
blow your
trigger, then
brains
I
out.
guess
This
it's
is too
yeah,
bad,
that's
that is
still
too bad.
insanity.
Literally done this before. Like, it's funny. Obviously, if I had like a happy girlfriend in marriage, I wouldn't feel the need to put a gun to my head for fun or whatever. But I don't have that. So.
Okay. So I guess here, I mean, he doesn't seem to be joking there. The problem with Tim Ad is he's an unreliable narrator. You can never know like what is true and what isn't, and what is some meme, deep or anything. But he sounds pretty sincere there. It doesn't sound like a joke. It doesn't sound like a joke at all, honestly. Also getting oiled up right now. I know I'm oiled up, dude. I got oiled up before this stream. I'm ready. The Superior Justice Court ordered Tumet to turn in all firearms legally. Tumet had surrendered his firearms. He'd need to file a document stating that and notify all parties. This would incriminate him since he had them illegally in the first place and none were registered to his name. The investigation found that he never surrendered his weapons and held on to them. His refusal to surrender was brought up in court, but LAPD refused to take the guns despite the court's order. The judge also instructed the authorities to search Tumet's properties, but the LAPD chose not to and implied that we should complain to the court. You must sell or store with a licensed gun dealer or turn into a law enforcement agency any firearms and firearm parts in your immediate possession or control. Thanks for the $1. This must be done within 24 hours of being served with this order. File a receipt with the court within 48 hours of receiving this order that proves your firearms, guns, and firearm parts have been turned in, sold, or stored. You may use receipt for firearms and firearm parts. Form CH-800 for the receipt. I wish we had the full document here about this. I really wish, because we don't. Hello, Gokanaru.
Hola, what's up?
Going through the document. I'm on page 3, almost.
Okay.
But really, page 3 is page 2, and page 1 is your mom. So there's just a lot of. Are you live?
Yeah, I'm live.
So yeah, I'm going through it right now. I mean, it's definitely a slow-moving thing. The first thing he establishes is that he thought Tumet had guns.
Right.
Which, for his evidence for that, it's one clip from our stream where he says that he has guns that aren't under his name in his house. And then there's another clip he references where Tumet talks about how towards the end of his life he was putting loaded guns to his head for fun.
Okay. Whoa. Okay. Sorry. I saw he tweeted as well, like Tumet playing with a gun and then like a bullet falls out. Was that just a BB or what was that?
I think the one in the kitchen was a real gun.
It looked pretty real.
Yeah. He did have airsoft guns though, for sure.
But weirdly, like that was when he was in Vancouver. It looks like, at least to me. I guess in Vancouver. Yeah.
I honestly can't tell.
Bro, my ears.
Okay.
Here we go.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. This looks like a real Glock.
Yeah, and then he's. I'm pretty sure he's showing a screenshot from our interview. Yeah, where he basically pulls out the gun to Goldie Bell. Okay.
I'm gonna screen share if you want.
Yeah, that's actually better. Yeah.
Go through this together as a team.
Sounds good.
How are you feeling about this, considering we're kind of cosmically tied to this story?
I feel awful. This whole situation sucks, bro. This is awful.
Yeah.
It's like the worst story ever. Sorry. It's not like a matter of my conscience is necessarily aching. It's more like, I mean, I don't know exactly how much time you've spent actually looking into this and figuring it out. But I spent like a good month like digging through our interview, and bro, I was getting like nightmares about this case. Like it was really depressing, you know what I mean? Because it's like you have a guy that's basically quite literally losing his mind, and is just clearly like, again, we discovered that basically during that interview. Like that was the first time I ever learned basically that the guy was like obviously abusing ketamine, like 30K in ketamine. Over the course of like a year and a half.
$30,000 in ketamine. That is a lot. Is ketamine expensive? I don't really know.
Not that expensive. No, I actually asked some friends, and they were like, I was like, so theoretically, how much ketamine would you get for 30K or whatever? And they were like, bruh, what are you talking about? They were like, there's just no shot.
The thing is, like, me and like 10 other YouTubers like were messaging him, being like, just like make a video and like debunk it, and like he just wouldn't do it. Like there was nothing you could tell him. He would also never take advice. Like we would just tell him like stop doing drugs. But like to someone who's a drug addict, like they're not just gonna take that and be like, let's do it, you know?
Like the guy was pretty much set in motion. I believe his dad ended up going to LA to try and I guess just see what was going on, right? Because obviously his son was having a bit of a situation, and like if his dad ends up leaving LA and felt like he couldn't do anything, I don't know what the hell random YouTubers would do.
Yeah,
but
it's
by the way, yeah, it's tragic as hell, man. Like but it's especially sad because it was a case. I don't know if you've even said this, Tom, but like it was a case where it was super weird because he would be messaging YouTubers like they were like his friend or whatever. You know what I mean? Like as if they were like a familiar relationship, right? When in reality it was just pretty well like a stranger. But like toward the end, the guy just alienated everybody.
You like that, bro?
Literally just him saying, hey, and I was like, what? And he was like, explain this, and then he sent me the Jimmy John's menu, which is a sandwich shop we have here in the U.S., which is the item called the Turkey Tom.
Hey man, if they can have their tits and ass out and fucking straight up vagina cameras, then I can put e-girl in my fucking description, right?
February, which is like I think a few days before he died. He said, "Am I a genius?" And I said, "Yes." He said, "Why in layman terms?" And I said, "You're really funny and you make good videos." And that was it. And that was the last
like
that's also pretty wholesome, to be fair.
Yeah, it's just
it's fucking degrading, bro.
Yeah.
And
So
it's our fault, honestly, because goddamn.
About the firearms, he says that they're real. He has these two clips.
Fucking.
Saying he has guns, and then he said that the superior
men and fucking men and boys, dude.
And this is the part of
the shit that we'll fucking do.
Firearms. We have information that you have firearms.
Just to see that shit. The money that we'll give them just to see that shit.
So we have a quote here. Due to California's governing system, the LAPD can get away with a lot of misconduct. Here's an example of an LAPD officer refusing to act on Tumad, violating the court's order in real time and implying to let him do it as much as he wants. They also refuse to enforce the order to take his real guns. Here's a video, I guess. Instructions for law enforcement.
Boo.
If an officer has probable cause to believe that the restrained person had notice of the order and has disobeyed the order, the officer must arrest the restrained person. A violation of the order may be a violation of Penal Code Section 166 or 273.6. Agencies are encouraged to enter violation messages into CARPOS. This is a court order. LAPD refusing to take a report, implying it's pointless.
You need a police report? No, you do not. You can actually go and present your evidence and show that he's violating the restraining order, and then a judge will deal with that.
All right, man. Sleep good. Thanks for stopping by. Good to see you.
So that's what the LAPD said. So I guess he's saying they're there's a lot of misconduct. They're refusing to go and take his guns.
Right. So he's trying to basically show like the fact that he felt powerless or something like that, or like he was trying everything he could to.
Yeah. I
like,
guess.
Why is he showing that first?
I'm not really sure. I think the thing most people are curious about is the Ophelia allegation.
Right. Yeah.
I mean, I personally am curious about that because I don't know anything about it. Right.
I looked into this pretty deep, and like if we're talking about actual evidence, I didn't see anything.
Can you give a quick TLDR? Actually, no, I cannot.
Yeah, that would be. Yeah.
I will further acknowledge the situation with the LAPD not enforcing the law later in this document. One of the biggest concerns was that Tumad would take lethal doses of his drugs and go out of his way to specific locations in person as he wouldn't be thinking straight. Example, TwitchCon incident, Category C felony that followed it after.
Man, the fighting in this is so dope,
my favorite
dude.
Screenshot with this thing which says name, Budea Sadiq, alias Tumad, and then that.
Yeah.
This isn't a court document.
That's a matter of record.
Matter of public record that his name was N-word Pokemon 333.
Yeah.
Yeah. T-Mac had been reckless with drugs that would make him aggressive and fearless while making him unable to remember anything that happened while he was in a psychotic state. He went as far as to take large amounts of Xanax on multiple occasions and had gone to a hospital after talking about how he's very likely to pull a McSkillet while high. Now that's this video.
McSkillet referring to the dude who ended up shooting up a CS:GO event. Is that what he did? Something like that, right?
What McSkillet did is he was a wealthy owner of a gambling site, I believe.
Okay.
During the CS:GO days, and I think when it got shut down or something to that effect, or his account got banned, he drove his McLaren on the opposite side of the highway and incinerated 2 people in a minivan.
Okay, yeah. I knew he did something awful. That's crazy, though. Wow. All right, I understood. So he's basically saying, like, he thought that T-Mac was gonna people,
Yeah, and here's the clip of that.
That I'm still like madly infatuated.
Why?
Because it's like I touched her that one time, and then she sued me, and that's why I must get my ultimate revenge.
Holy
Jesus,
fuck.
he sounds
ultimate
crazy.
revenge.
Yeah, a lot of people like to scare themselves into thinking I'm like a harmless person. I could be, right? But and it's worthwhile do your due diligence to make sure that doesn't happen. But I think what's more, if I go into schizo mode for real, what's more likely is I'm gonna do a mixed skillet or like getting a bunch of crimes before I go and commit murder.
Okay.
Probably try to avoid that.
This guy is just like, maybe don't. This guy's like, maybe don't do that.
I definitely try to avoid that, 100%.
That's good.
In fairness, it seems like he's not expressing his explicit intent to murder, but he's saying because he's so high all the time and depressed, he doesn't trust his own judgment and is like very likely that he could do that. Is that accurate to say?
Yeah, I think that's accurate, but that's some sinister sounding shit, man. Like he's clearly on something in this.
The fact that he said ultimate revenge and then said I might pull a McSkillet is crazy.
It's not just crazy. It's I could understand why James Ski was tweaking out if he's seeing this. Yeah, bro. I mean, this is some shit you would hear in like a movie, like the Joker cackling in prison or something. This is awful.
Yeah.
That I'm still like madly infatuated with this.
Why?
Because it's like I touched her that one time, and then she sued me, and that's
Pause for a
why
second.
I must.
He sounds so crazy.
Yeah, to be clear, like there's a way you could interpret this. When he says I touched her that one time, that could be kind of interpreted as like he touched her more than once, right? Like through the course of them interacting and.
But him saying one time could be the time.
Could be a reference. Yes, yeah. The time that basically was the time that she was leaving the door, right?
And his dick was out over his waistband, supposedly, allegedly.
Yeah, and the big claim is that she was running to basically leave his home, and then he ran up behind her and grabbed her, whatever. And we should, by the way, at some point, we should definitely kind of rewatch what he says about that, because it is kind of.
I think it will probably be in here if I had to guess.
Oh, yeah, you're probably right, but yeah, no, it definitely doesn't make him look very innocent, but we'll see, yeah.
Let's get my ultimate revenge.
Jesus.
Ultimate revenge.
That's crazy.
Yeah, a lot of people like to scare themselves into thinking I'm like a harmless person. I could be, right? But and it's worthwhile do your due diligence to make sure that doesn't happen. But I think what's more, if I go into schizo mode for real, what's more likely is I'm gonna do a mixed skillet or like getting a bunch of crimes before I go and commit murder.
Probably try to avoid that.
Yeah, that's cankle.
I definitely try to avoid that, 100%.
That's good. That's good.
It's not the first time that like.
Dude. I don't know how. The most charitable interpretation of this is not that good.
No. Yeah, no, bro. This is really bad. Yeah. To be honest, I hadn't heard this until right now. Yeah. No, I mean, I guess I would want to know when exactly this was streamed. Does the document say that?
Great question. When was this? No, but I bet I could just look up. If I look up Too Mad Canklemore, I bet I could find it. I'm pretty sure this was like shortly before his death.
I mean, that makes sense, man. The guy sounds gone, but
I think it's this 2 months ago. This is December 24th, 2023. Is it the same outfit and everything? Yes, same outfit. So it must be this. Yeah, I would assume.
So you said when? Wait, September?
No. December 24th.
Oh, okay, my bad.
So 2 months ago.
All right. Yeah. So yeah, I mean, you and I kind of also obviously were aware, but like by that time, like he was getting worse and worse. So this is like, yeah, this is bad, man. But like at the same time, this was after the TwitchCon incident, right? The TwitchCon thing was in October. Does that sound right?
Yeah, that would have been, yeah.
Okay, I see. So at this point,
this was after our stream with him.
Yeah, no, 100%. Yeah. Our stream with him was, it was like end of August, man.
Yeah. No, I will say, as far as the police thing, I don't think there was any misconduct. I think they literally just were saying like, go to court and then we'll do something. Like, we need a warrant or something.
Yeah.
We can't just take his guns.
Well, the big thing, yeah, I think that in my mind it's like, like for the cops to go over and to seize his guns, right? And like James, he's claiming that this guy's like mentally unhinged, etc. That's kind of that'd be a lot to put on cops, right? To like go and try and seize these guns for, again, it's like a civil case as well, right? It's not even a criminal.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I will say he did a decent job already of painting him as unhinged. That clip was horrible.
Yeah, that's horrible. Yeah, like let's just be clear, like you and I are probably somewhat irony poisoned or like a little bit more jaded because we see so much online, like just through all these dramas, like you know what I mean?
I don't see how I could read it as like humorous.
No, not at all. Not at all. But what I was basically gonna say is like we might be a little bit like have like a higher tolerance for things being said like that.
I would say we probably do, yeah.
Yeah, but I feel like if you were to just any normal person, right, and we're just gonna assume that James is a normal guy because we don't know him, I could absolutely see why they would be like concerned. You know what I mean? Like
these clips are really old.
Yeah.
They are funny, but I would probably be scared of someone like this too. Too Mad had openly and privately talked about his deep hatred towards me and other witnesses involved in his civil and criminal cases. On Christmas Eve, he openly addressed how there are people he wants to but are so far away. That day, he was told that he might end up becoming fearless and reckless enough to kill someone in psychosis. Too Mad took even more Xanax despite the warning. He was administered to a hospital and was discharged the same week. Here we have a video.
Okay, other than the fentanyl thing, what should I worry about?
Getting addicted, because it's pretty easy to get addicted to quickly. Doing something really crazy that you would have never done otherwise. Probably hurting someone because you're fearless enough to go do that.
What the?
How does this stream only have like 900 views? This is a crazy stream.
No, Canklemore is on he's on the ground floor, man. Like the big thing with the Too Mad case is that like even you and I, bro, like we didn't advertise it. You know what I mean? Like we really kept it kind of low key because, I mean, I think I can say for myself, but probably similar for you. Like, bro, we both knew that this was way more serious than a YouTube drama. You know what I mean?
It felt more serious once he was in the call. I will say that.
Yeah, 100%.
And the thing that was particularly serious about it is when we gave him multiple sort of outs to like explain himself, and he went deeper and was. I'd say he was abundantly honest in our stream. Not to his own benefit either.
No, I would agree. Yeah. Anyway.
You have like any like deep like you hate somebody feelings, and you might kill them on Xanax. Like it's.
Yeah, but they're so far away. It's like impossible. Like, how would I get there?
Wait, is he literally saying he wants to people? Hold on, let's just play that again.
You might kill him on Xanax. Like it's.
Yeah, but they're so far away. It's like impossible. Like, how would I get there? But no, I get what you're saying.
Yeah.
I should be okay then, actually.
He's popping a bunch of Xans right now.
Is it a half a one?
I'll show you for
photo.
Yeah.
Alright.
So, do you have any idea when he started doing Xanax? Because that's not something that came up in our interview. Our interview, the focus was mainly on ketamine, and then there's also, I don't know if you've seen the interview, but there's a guy who was actually online friends with Tumad. I just saw this on Twitter, but he was online friends with Tumad. He also had like a conversation with Tumad when he was a little bit more sober, and Tumad was talking about the fact of like he could just take ketamine and it'll never kill him. You know what I mean? Like, and it was almost like he was complaining, where it's like, man, I have money and I have access to this drug that makes everything feel better, and it will never kill me. You know what I mean?
The thing I'm curious about is, did we ever get a coroner's report? Like, did they open him up and see what happened?
I haven't seen that. Like, at some point, I don't know when. That's what I'm trying to understand. Like, when did he start taking the Xanax, right? I don't know. Like, there's people I was talking to that were claiming that, like, he was doing DMT, and, like, he basically was, like, complete delusions of grandeur, thinking that he was, he unlocked the secrets of the universe. Which obviously, when you're, literally in a state of constant psychosis, being high, like, obviously, you're gonna have delusions.
If I was like that for a day, I think even if I stopped doing it after that.
This is hard mode, baby. Let's go.
The guy was clearly deteriorated.
Yeah.
I think by the way, I think toward the end of our interview, he wasn't sober, but whatever. The point is, though, is like this, the fact that his memory was so shot, right? Like, you were saying that he was very honest, and I agree with you that he was like honest with what he thought, right? Like he was honest with like his feelings or whatever. But from what the big like insight that I gleaned from the amount that I basically reviewed that interview that we did was that this guy, the vast majority of his memories of these events with the girl, right? He barely remembers the actual events, and he's remembering them through the videos and the texts that he ends up sending us, right? So, his basically, like, when it comes to, the conversation, right, that he sent us with her, right, where he's, even in that conversation, like, basically overriding her consent, right? Like, he's touching her feet, he's making advances. When he describes that event, like, when he describes that earlier in the interview, before he shows us the video, he pretty much just describes what's in the video, but he himself, I don't think he remembers really much of what happened after the fact, right?
I will say, I think having sex on ketamine, I can't imagine a worse idea. Maybe the only worse idea is doing heroin. Like,
oh my god,
I don't even know what would happen. Like, I don't even want to think about it. Like, it just sounds, I don't know. Being around a girl that you like on ketamine sounds crazy.
Yeah. I mean, it's reckless too. It's just stupid. It's but obviously, in hindsight, I mean, that's kind of obvious. But yeah, I mean, he told us that he hated it, right? Like, so that's kind of unsurprising. But yeah.
Man. Tumad had repeatedly talked about not being able to recollect the actions and crimes he's committed, like we just said. Often changing his stories and theories. He claimed he was unable to recall if he took drugs on days when incidents occurred.
Oh, that was close. This is dope, dude.
Unable to remember psychosis and blacked out. Here we go.
Were there ever times when you would take ketamine and you just pass out and you don't even like remember? You get like a ketamine blackout?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. All right.
Do you think that could like affect like how they would see
like your recollection
as far as like your recollection and like are you a reliable narrator? Like she's mentally ill maybe, but you're doing ketamine all the time and having blackouts?
Yeah, no, I mean I wasn't blacking out that day. I blacked out when the past. What ketamine did that day. If I was on ketamine, which is very possible.
If you were.
You should definitely try to know.
It was like a woozy thing. Again?
You should try to know for sure if that was the case. If you would have like some kind of like altering stuff.
Well, I mean, I just side with like yes, I was for the most part.
Okay. All right.
All right. So we've got another clip. Too bad unable to remember if he was high on ketamine.
When you basically like pointed the BB at her, was that like you were on ketamine type of thing?
Yeah, I may have been on ketamine that day. I think I was, but yeah.
Okay, here we have Too bad being unable to remember how much he took.
Okay, the question was is like, you know how if you keep taking diazepine, you build a tolerance, right? And they don't work as well as they used to.
Talking about taking benzos, like I guess Xanax would be one.
Yeah, that's the fastest building tolerance I've ever dealt with.
Yeah, that's a problem for me. That I wanted to try it like twice, but the first time I tried it, I took a pretty normal dose, and then when I came back, the entire bag of Xanax was gone.
Whoa. Whoa.
So I'm like, I looked everywhere for it. It's like, he took it all. I feel fine. Not really, but I'm like, okay.
Takamura takes off his glasses for this one. He's like,
You
crying.
took all of it?
Or maybe he's I think he's just got something in his eye. I just want him to be crying.
It was like 20 bars.
When?
Yesterday.
Oh, so that was
20 bars of
Xanax
Xanax?
never really worked on me the same way it does for other people. I feel like.
He
I
was
know
on some. This dude was Big
people
Xan.
say, 1 bar is
It was
enough.
Lil Xan, this is Big Xan.
1 bar is too much, right?
Oh, people are saying.
Like right now.
Yeah, I don't know. I have no idea if you can survive 20. That's insane. I don't know. But the thing is, he's claiming that he wasn't like destroyed. I don't know how you could take 20 and not be destroyed. But anyway.
In early December of 2023,
Oh,
Two Men reached out
what?
to the victim's mutual acquaintances, offering large sums of money in exchange for her work address. As a result, the victim had to quit out of fear for her and her coworkers' safety. Okay.
Whatever you do that.
We need to figure out where it works is the answer to this.
So is this may not be Goldie Bell?
I'm pretty sure it is.
Because he says one of the victims, but I feel like you need to be specific for us to understand. Thanks for the 5 gifted memberships, GJ. I feel like we need the specifics. Like, is this not? It's not Isabella. It's someone else, maybe.
Right. If it's not, yeah.
If it's not, what happened there?
Yeah.
The constant threats and harassment. Too bad. Sorry, what were you gonna say?
No, I was just gonna say. I mean, that does sound like Too Mad is looking for the address of a girl, right? Like, what reason would he have to do that?
I wish we had this full call, I will say, but yeah.
I'm trying to understand where it even comes from. Damn.
The constant threats and harassment Too Mad brought resulted in the victim having to go on academic leave after he threatened to show up while posting where she was going to school. School professors have been aware of Too Mad's previous aggravated stalking in 2022 towards a sexual assault victim, so this must be in reference to someone else then. Which caused the victim to fail classes due to the stress. So this must be about Isabella, Goldie Bell, or whatever.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking, yeah.
There were emails from 22 sent by the victim to her teachers explaining why she was failing behind in class, citing the reasons because of the stress of being stalked and assaulted. Hi, I'm attaching a copy of that ebook I was mentioning, The Smart Girl's Guide to Online Privacy, which I've definitely picked up a few tricks from. I don't know how far you are along your journey, but if you ever feel like talking, all students are welcome. The more evidence, times, and days you can gather will be the better. Wishing you many safe spaces. Hi, Professor. I'm behind on work. Want to give a brief explanation as to why. In short, I've been dealing with a lot mentally. Apologies if this is too much information, but last month I was SA'd. And I've been dealing with a stalker, so I'm a bit behind on my studies. I'll get the essay in along with the basket ASAP and prepare for the debate next week. Sorry for troubles. Sorry to hear that. Feel free to take some extra time. Hi, Mr. Blank. I apologize again. I was on track for class, but a serious issue regarding the previous situation came up. I'm scheduling an urgent meeting with the school therapist and security ASAP. The stress of missing class is concerning me, but I don't know how clear the absence is. Is it possible to make up points for missing the debate? Also, thank you for your previous email. I hope this all blows over soon. I can get back to how I usually am. Thank you. Okay.
Okay.
In private, Too Mad's friends told him on various... Sorry?
No, I was just gonna say this is kind of consistent because obviously we haven't seen this, right? Like obviously, Goldie Bell probably gave this to James Key, or it's in the court documents, but
I don't think this was in the court documents from what I remember.
Right, exactly. Yeah, exactly. So I mean, my guess would be that James Key, you know, he kind of worked on this with Goldie Bell. Would make sense, but yeah. So this does kind of go in line though with the big thing to me, the biggest thing, honestly, that really made me think this girl was not lying, right? Because this is the big thing, obviously. Like, Too Mad thinks, or at least he probably thought she believed it, but I know, like, online, like, a lot of people think that, like, whatever, people are lying initially, right? Like, it's the big thing that I realized was it wasn't a thing where, like, oh, it broke off awkwardly, and then a year, multiple months later, she was saying, like, oh, it was retroactively, like, she decided she was, you know, assaulted. It was, Too Mad admitted in our interview, he said, like, while they were seeing each other, she was telling him, like, you remember you assaulted me, right? You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And so, yeah, if she's sending these messages to school, right, obviously she genuinely seemed to believe that she was assaulted.
And,
so, yeah.
I mean, being stalked, I guess. In private, Too Mad's friends told him on various occasions they were not going to give him the victim's work address, and when Too Mad briefly stopped pestering him about it, this conversation happened.
So you dropped.
Oh, okay.
You dropped harassment.
Oh, I'm gonna. Are you stupid? What do you mean? Come on! I understand that you're in the end game of life when you've just begun, and you don't have any anger towards anyone ever. But like, you have to understand, I'm not married like you.
Damn, I wish I knew where the hell these were coming from.
I want this full call. I need the full call.
Yeah.
Now deleted tweets from approximately 3 hours time frame within the clip above. We have this one. Well, this is deleted. I'm gonna check the archive.
Who was it? Right, who is it supposed to be? Sorry. Oh, it was
supposed to be Too Mad saying, "I'm a K-Her fam. I'm a K-Her fam."
Right.
There is a screenshot. I'm gonna just see if I can get an archive of this on the Wayback Machine real quick. Because that'll be good. I will say, if someone wants to say this is fake, it's not archived. This would be a lot to fake. I'm gonna check the other one. The first one, no archive. Second one, also no archive. So if we're to believe this happened, all we have is this. But we can see there was a tweet. We can see there was a tweet.
Fuck. I see. This was what, 10 days? What was it? 8 days before he died?
February 5th. We found out he died on, I think, the 12th, but I think he actually died on like the 10th or 9th or something.
Yeah, so this is like the death throes of a literally dying person, probably. Like,
yeah.
But like, obviously, yeah, I could get, again, like, if you don't know what this guy's doing, and he's saying shit like that, it's definitely not good.
Too Mad found the home addresses of several victims, as well as the family addresses of one. He'd make threats about it and would send packages to the family house mentioned above. He doxed one of his victims on numerous occasions on Twitter. In addition, he wouldn't stop posting her full name, photos, work, store name, and school location. In order to protect the identities of victims, I'll only share public tweets referencing him wanting to put the information on YouTube. I assume this is in reference to Goldie Bell or whatever.
Probably. Right, I hadn't seen him doxing her properly, like address, but I definitely saw him like reposting the images of her face, like private photos that he took of her, even on his live stream. Have you ever seen his? You've seen his live stream setup that he was running, right?
Yeah, with the jail cell.
Yeah. I was tuning in. I told you, there's a good month where I was keeping tabs, and like in a way, it's like what would you say? It's like so insane that it's like kind of comedically hilarious, but he was absolutely like. Not, like always, even while he was playing Overwatch in those streams, he would just be mumbling about this case, bro. Like, this was completely all-consuming.
Yeah. Here we have him saying, "Well, dox too. When I get banned on YouTube for posting full name, I'm gonna get reposted like cray. Lawsuit went nowhere. I got doxed and outed as weird. I have to go to work now and live with this. I don't know if it was worth it overall because he still has a career somehow." I guess she's talking. He's referencing like from her perspective, I guess, is what this tweet is. I got doxed and outed as weird. I have to go to work and live with this. I don't know if it was worth it overall because he still has a career somehow, referencing his career. So this is like what his view of her perspective is, right? Too Mad stalking wasn't limited to in-person stalking. Too Mad made countless accounts to stalk his victims online. The court explicitly ordered Too Mad not to make alternative accounts to stalk his victims, which he immediately violated. Here's a tweet referencing him being caught. Where's really good at research? I still ain't settling. You get like 20 views. Your stories. That's how you found my alt. Ha ha ha. No. Here's him talking about the victim's IG story. He was actively stalking every single post from her by using new alt accounts after being blocked many times over. December 9th. Added to highlights. I feel like my Starbucks job need more an undertone seeming in a undertone seemingly but probably not forced guy voice coming from a tiny girl oozes I'm mentally ill. My job is I don't give a fuck about it, sucking my soul out of my body, and counting the clock down at work makes me want to quit, but it's hard to find a new job. I don't even understand what this is supposed to mean. My job needs something. Oh, so he's referencing her Jackbox game basically from her highlights. That's the link.
See. I see. Okay. Yeah.
And they're showing he tweeted it on the 10th, which is the day after she posted this to the highlights. Note, Too Mad found out the victim was working at Starbucks on his own. Now deleted tweet with photos of the victim he was actively stalking. This is deleted. Quote, Too Mad owns that mouth. The blah 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 thing she said when she took her virginity was crazy and swallowed. Look at that gigantic scribble in her description. So calculated and cringe. Dressing up in Halloween costume for Halloween, self-reporting. You don't like your moron friends. Is this one archived? I want to see.
I probably have that one. Just one sec. Let me just take a look.
I mean, it definitely doesn't. It doesn't sound like something he wouldn't say. I'll say that.
Should I send it to you, by the way? Because her face is in it. You let me know.
Do you want to just crop her face out real quick, maybe in snipping tool?
Yeah. Let me censor it. Wait up.
I'm gonna see if I can find this on Wayback. Just to see if there's an archive. I mean, her face is already out there. I mean, I feel like it's.
I know. Yeah.
To archive that in Discord. Okay, let me check. Okay, I actually found it. Let me zoom in so we don't show her face, I guess. But I did find it. One of the Turkey team members sent it. Thank you very much, Sasha. Here you have him saying, Too Mad owns that mouth. The bull thing she did when I took her virginity was crazy and swallowed. Look at that gigantic scribble in her description, so calculated and cringe. Dressing up in Halloween costumes for Halloween, self-reporting. You don't like your moron friends who ill-advise you shamelessly. I wish you'd get out of my life forever. You lost out, and I'd never give a girl like you a chance again. You work as a tortured waitress when you wish you could sit at home like me. I'm the victim, and everyone will know it while I tweet out candy.doll paragraphs regularly until you private it like your other account for good. So this is the tweet. Yeah. Well, this is definitely it. The real tweet. All right.
Yeah.
Prior and during the active civil cases, Too Mad went out of his way to stalk witnesses and his victims in person again. During TwitchCon Las Vegas, Too Mad made ominous threats towards me and the public. To my knowledge, he didn't explicitly make a public statement that he planned to shoot up the convention center. I have no idea where this rumor originates. However, he did make numerous concerning threats, some of which directly referenced me and other people he had a deadly grudge against. The convention center and the public were aware of his threats before I had a chance to speak to any first responders. When the threats began, I was told to urgently talk to people at the central station, where they acknowledged that the sheriff and convention were already aware. According to the investigation, Too Mad was actively looking for me specifically, but implied that others would also be affected, using me as the reason. The investigation also determined he was in a state of psychosis during his last live stream before going to Las Vegas, and that he talked to himself, saying things like... Thanks for the copyright claim.
Yeah, this is what I was talking about. Look at this.
Yeah, the setup is
You
crazy.
just keep asking, they'll give it to you. Like, well, I already apologized. Said I'm doing that shit again. I'm gonna get killed by like some person. Like they're gonna be like, I hate this guy.
Yeah. Sometimes he would have her face.
No, I didn't. What?
Like
Oh wait, wait, go back for a sec. I think it did have her face on the right there, where that beside his username, but I think they censored it. If you can see, they put like a gray box on it.
Did it? I don't. Where?
Just look at where you're looking right now, to the right, bottom right corner, the gray box. I'm pretty sure that was her face.
Oh.
I already apologized.
Oh yeah, that would make sense. Yeah. Okay. Interesting.
Yeah.
For Chad who can't see right now, let me zoom out for a sec so you guys can see this. This gray box is they're saying. Dokanaru is saying that was probably your face.
Yeah, I can confirm. I'm looking at it right now. Yeah, it's her face.
Okay. Too Mad talking to himself. Do you know who?
No, I don't mean to be mean, but like I have a thing against like women.
Face.
Yeah.
Facts, bro. That's true though. Like for real. Nobody asked. Like, lawyers will say anything. Nah, I'm going to jail now.
Jesus.
Dude, this game is
Yeah, so
super
I just
fucking
sent you,
fun, dude.
Just in case you wanted proof or whatever, I censored her face, but basically it's a photo that he took of her the night, I believe, more or less the night that.
We can see this here. Yeah, you can see the with his play buttons in the background, by the way.
Yeah, yeah. So I believe that was the same night, by the way, from the conversation that we received the recording of, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Because I remember, I believe he sent us this image. But anyway, the point is though, is that it's an image that like makes her look bad, like she's like showing her. What would you say? Her hairline or whatever.
Yeah, he was saying that she's like ugly.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Public Twitter quotes. I will take you down with me. Do everything I can to get back up before you, and I'll do everything I can to shape up so karma never catches me. The ultimate revenge. Also, what's with people who are vulnerable to masses hating them? With the one guy who has a chip on his shoulder to really try to do some damage to you with zero remorse in the most creative way possible. I'm not an easy opponent. Why would you put someone like me and not expect it to backfire publicly? James, please stop using this girl. You'll regret it. The good news is I won't myself like Etika. I didn't know what racism is. He's funny, dude. You get one life, and you're going to be looking back mad as hell for all the things you didn't do because you cared to people who don't care about what you think. I've waited lifetimes to find you. This is my final I love you. Note he went oddly quiet after these series of tweets. The threats resembled the troop of the mass shooter's final social media posts. Oh, sorry, I think they meant trope. The threats resembled the trope of the mass shooter's final social media posts. Tumad's deadly obsession with me was only getting worse to the point where he'd sometimes slip and say my name out loud for no reason, even during his live streams. Okay. There was a rapid police response, and I was told that my house was unsafe. As a result, we were forced to avoid the home area in my...
Yeah, does he provide proof of that?
Not that I can tell. This person says, same, my group and I were staying with James. We had to find other lodging. The whole situation has been a disaster. The convention center itself had increased security, and we saw more police officers patrolling the premises. These are public references to this on Twitter. Or there were public references to this on Twitter. I was aware of police being involved over threats made around TwitchCon, but wasn't expecting it to be this bad. Sucks that the victim won't be able to get true justice since Tumad decided to overdose, but at least this can be a time of healing for those involved in the incident.
Who the said that?
Good question. I have no idea. But if we reverse image search, maybe we could find it.
Alright.
He censored their face for some reason, though.
Yeah.
We were told not to bring up the situation to the public, and I was put in touch with counterterrorism via direct line during the incident. I spent hours of my time with the police that evening and night. Just let me know how cops go. Yup, with police right now. 6:20. I'm still dealing with this, still with police. So this is 40 minutes later. During that night, the authorities deemed it necessary to shelter me at a remote location to ensure my safety. I was allowed to leave the custody at around 6:30 a.m. Prior to that, I was housed by multiple friends and creators who registered on Twitter. So this is these guys. Rover Ross tweeted this. Staff9 said the same thing, basically.
No.
Tectone said, I've also witnessed the attempts on Jameski's life. Police were involved. He was afraid for his life and stayed with him for a couple of hours just to make sure he felt safe. Where is the actual...
Yeah.
My question is, where is the actual threat that was made about Jameski, specifically in TwitchCon?
Yeah, that's what I was trying to understand even the second that it happened, right? Because I think that what he was referencing was a Twitter post, I think. But I'm just trying to understand, like, what's the specific post, right?
Yeah, I don't really know.
Yeah.
I don't really know.
Wait. I have something here. Wait up. This might be useful. One sec.
I do have a police report for this in my...
Okay, you tell me if this helps at all. Says Tumad. Sorry, just pull it up. I just sent it.
Tumad tried to begging me to get him an entry badge after asking fans who wanted to meet him, and I just trolled him for about an hour. He said he was only a few hours away, but coming tomorrow. 257, and only if I find a depth. How far are you? 500. A couple hours. I might meet you tomorrow, but don't wait up on me. I might not need you. It's all good. 256. Only if I find a depth. This is the Midas person who said Tumad made a threat at TwitchCon. If you're there, evacuate immediately. There is a police report that I wanted to take a look at. Let me see. I have a drive folder somewhere. Let me see here. Do.
Thank you. Oh, sorry. Talking to chat.
You're good. Don't worry about it. Hold on. I can't seem to actually find the. Hold on, let me look. See if I can find the Vegas one. Los Angeles. 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 Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department. I have this, which I can barely read. Here we have this one. Officer contact, reference harassment, swatting calls, red card given to preference report. Okay. I don't know. This is just like, there isn't even really anything to read here. There's no evidence of his threat is the issue for me. This is just the privacy thing. See, there's nothing, I can't find where he actually made the threat is the problem for me.
Yeah, that's. Yeah. I mean, the thing is right. I don't know if you saw what I sent you. You did, yeah. My bad, you did. But
fucking
yeah,
heal, yo.
Like, messaging people. Like, it's possible that he was just messaging people that he wants to go, and just the fact that he was messaging people or whatever spooked Jameski potentially. But obviously, I have no idea. But yeah, I'm trying to understand where the hell was the point where Jameski was like, my life is in danger, right?
It's worth noting that during 2Mad's psychosis, he messaged nearly every person he had contact with to inquire about people's locations. As he was banned on Twitch, he offered to pay large sums of cash to swap badges under the premises. He'll maybe a TwitchCon. Also, do you know anyone else there? Literally anyone there at all. Doesn't matter who. Also, separate question. Can you help me find someone with a Twitch entry badge I can borrow to get in? I mean, the thing is, if you want to do this more charitably, you could say he was just trying to get into troll, like the Dion
Yeah.
Tommy, right? Like, I just don't know.
Right.
I just don't know if there's like a threat.
No, well, like the framing of this is like he's going to shoot it up. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but I need like a DM where he says I'm gonna do that.
Right. Yeah.
Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I mean, it shouldn't be on us to like show the proof of that. Like Jameski should be, showing us that. Anyway, but maybe he does. I guess let's keep going.
Yeah. Only on page 13. I had to wait a while to be updated on whether it was safe to return home, and I spent most of my time at a friend group's Airbnb the next day. The investigation found that 2Mad did not use his primary legally registered Tesla with a real license plate to enter Nevada. The investigation was aware he had two nearly identical Teslas, one of which was bought via private sale and wasn't registered to his name, making it more challenging to track down 2Mad. However, I've been told that after 2Mad realized the level of police response to his actions, he decided to drive back home and make ominous paranoid spells as various threats at the end. So, he has two Teslas, one of which is unmarked.
Yeah, I don't know. Like
He has two identical Tesla, I guess, Model 3s, one of which is unmarked, and he bought it at a private sale and wasn't registered to his name.
Yeah, that sounds almost like he's like, how is there any reason, like, is there any proof of that? Like, is this just what the cops told him or whatever?
I really don't know. I mean, is there any proof he owned two Teslas is the biggest question, because that would be, he's unregistered firearms and an unregistered vehicle, and is he a hitman? Like, what is he doing?
I mean, that's exactly what I was about to say, making him sound like Walter White, but like, in reality, like, 2Mad was like
2Mad is kid named Finger.
Yeah. But yeah, no, but in reality though, 2Mad was like a kind of, I mean, I don't know what you would describe it as, but like it seemed like he was stressing about his finances or whatever. Like these would have been vehicles, I guess, that he had purchased well before this, right?
Well, in fairness, okay, so I think he told us he had $200,000, right?
Right. Yeah.
We know how much money you make on YouTube.
Yeah.
How did he only have $200,000?
No, yeah, like he blew it. Yeah, that's fair.
I have more than $200,000, and I'm way less famous than this guy, right? Like, so.
Right, and to be fair, if he also had firearms, right, and it's possible he had firearms, and it's like his friend sold it to him. You know what I mean?
How would the cops even know if he had an unregistered vehicle? Wouldn't they try to take that away? Isn't that a crime? Like,
that's a great question. That's a great question, man.
Like, I think you can get your license taken away if you're driving an unregistered vehicle. Like, I've gotten pulled over before because my sticker was out of date on my license plate. I had the registration, I just didn't have the sticker. So, like, I don't know. Here he says, prove you give a single one about life. Let it go. You're in control. You're aware this is urgent. Your responsibility. Get out of my life forever. You'll regret it for the rest of your life. James, you have a hand in this too, possibly more than she does. Restraining orders can kill. This is from October 2023.
Yeah, that's like, obviously though, that's like him kind of being paranoid for his own life, right? It's not, When he says you'll regret it for the rest of your life, like, do you interpret that as him making a threat?
I don't really know. I mean, maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe not. Today was wild. Probably the most crazy day of my life, hands down. Holy shit, I'm gonna take your breath away. Too Mad's public tweet regarding badge swap. Just, do you reckon they'd have someone stand at the TwitchCon door and try to swipe my friend's badge off me? If they caught me, I wouldn't let them take it and just leave with the badge, and I'd just try again at most sporadic times. They'd probably lawyer up, even if I have 5% chance of winning. Might get a judge who agrees with me. So I guess we know he's trying to get in at the very least. I mean, he did say in his bio thing he does have at Vegas TwitchCon.
Right. Yeah.
While a separate restraining order technically protected me against Too Mad, as I was a witness in that case, the authorities told me to obtain a separate personal one from my state ASAP. Having a personal restraining order from the state I live in granted higher protection and response time in the case of
I gotta pee. It's making me full up.
Explicitly define the places he could not visit, such as my work, home, or areas I frequent.
Be right back. Gotta pee.
The TwitchCon incident, Too Mad not surrendering his firearms, as well as the valid reason to fear for my life, primarily due to false swatting calls in the past. Swatting will be brought up during one of my hearings later. One of the hearings later. It's important to know that Too Mad's possession of real firearms was fully confirmed at that time, as well as the fact that he wouldn't surrender them. I was told to include that information in the petition by the investigations.
So I think the main thing fucking me up is the countering with triangle. I'm so used to fucking parrying with L1s. Like every game is you parry with L1.
Does he have his party have a gun or have a gun in his or her possession of control? He says yes. He fills this out. While Too Mad had used his firearms in malicious ways in the past, during the TwitchCon incident, Too Mad hadn't directly threatened to use firearms in the counterterrorism unit. Told me not to check that box, clarifying that. Did the other person use or threaten to use a weapon? No. It's worth reminding that once again, at no point in my petition or public statements have I said he threatened to shoot up the convention center.
Ah, so there it is. Okay, I see.
So he decided he was coming to with him, I guess.
Yeah, pretty much. So this is kind of what my suspicion, right? Because like if he had a quote of Too Mad saying I'm gonna shoot this place up, like he would have posted that pretty quickly, I would think. But in reality, I think it's a situation because here's the thing, right? Jamesky, I do not want to be too quick to say like this guy's just also a paranoid schizo. You know what I mean? Like he's like too paranoid or whatever. Because I understand how a normal a normal person this could weigh heavy on your mind, especially Too Mad is a schizo, right? Or was a schizo, sorry. But like in my mind, yeah, it's just that he learned that Too Mad wanted to go there, right? And in his head, he probably imagined the worst case scenario, right? And so, yeah, if I had to guess, it was a situation where Jamesky, Too Mad didn't like explicitly say he was going to shoot up the place, but like Jamesky,
given everything, he assumed he might come to her.
Yeah, yeah.
Protection orders aren't given out lightly by the court, so the case for it was scheduled. Too Mad attempted to avoid the court summons service, but was restricted to coming outside by a professional who provided Too Mad with the necessary paperwork and needed for the hearing. Address of the party was served. I served the party by personal service. I personally delivered the documents listed in item 2 to the party or person authorized to proceed process for the party. Person served papers. Okay, blah, blah, blah. During the protection order hearing, upon discovering the information from the investigation, the court granted a full protection order for the longest term allowed by the legal code, with the ability to request an extension before the expiration date. The court finds that stalking, aggravated stalking, and/or harassment has occurred. Note, legally harassment is a severe criminal offense, not just someone being a jerk online. There we go. Source. Harassment definitions and penalties. Without lawful
That was,
authority.
by the way, so sorry. This is basically he's saying this is the conclusion of the court case, right? That Tumat was saying was a lawsuit, but in reality it was just a restraining order hearing, right? Applying for a restraining order. Is this?
I mean, they got the restraining order is the thing.
Yeah.
For 3 years. I
But
think.
Right. 3 years. Was it 3 years? Yeah. Okay. I'll double check the doc. Yeah, I'll double check, but yeah, I'm pretty sure I looked into it, and 3 years is the max, like in the jurisdiction or whatever. So yeah.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Without lawful authority, the person knowingly threatens to cause injury, harm, or I think we get the idea. Being schizo.
Yeah.
Violation of this order is a crime. That didn't stop Tumat later, so he was on the hook for it. It wasn't the first or last time he actively looked near the victims. Violated stalking and harassment, completed yes. And domestic violence, entry, premises entered, weapons, criminal activities. So no weapons, no criminal activity, but he did enter the premises somewhere.
He's got the weirdest fucking tag pack.
According to this.
Right. Wait. Sorry, could you repeat that one more time? Just because I think that I might know a little bit about this.
So they're saying here that he violated the restraining order by entering a premises he wasn't supposed to be on and committing domestic violence. I thought he went to his neighbor's house or something. I think he told me that.
This is, yeah, exactly, yeah. So
but the neighbor didn't have a restraining order against him, no?
Right, but I think that it's possible. I mean, look, I'm not sure, but like it's possible that a part of his restraining order, I guess, maybe made it so that he wasn't allowed to like trespass in general, something like that. I don't know.
I mean, you're not allowed to trespass anyway, so this seems redundant.
Is it? Yeah. Okay. I guess so. Yeah.
But I guess they're saying that that would also be a violation if he commits a crime that violates the restraining order as well. So
yeah.
It's double jeopardy type meme.
That's probably what it is. Yeah. Because here's the thing though. I think that I remember there being claims that you know, he was showing up at Goldie Bell's house, right? Yeah. Anyway, but in terms of like that he actually got arrested for or whatever, or not even arrested, but like reprimanded for, yeah, the neighbor thing was like a big thing. Like he was probably twacked, and he I think collapsed his neighbor's fence or something like that, and was just you know, antagonizing him, something like that.
Yeah, I did. By the way, I messaged James for anyone questioning to ask if he wanted to.
Okay.
He just didn't say anything. So I don't know. Maybe he's busy or something. Maybe he's sleeping after working on this feverish sleep for 38 skip-fill hours, 38 days in a row. Seems like a lot went into this.
You know,
Tumat had committed numerous assaults, including intercourse. By legal definition, California was categorized under the assault offense. He was supposed to be arrested by the authorities and prosecuted by the DA for several crimes, but his passing happened before they were able to do so. Tumat was under investigation for a very long time before his passing, including before the primary restraining order case hearings. To be very clear, the criminal cases involving Tumat are completely separate from the civil ones. In addition, restraining orders, civil cases can't result in jail time. These are completely separate.
interesting.
So this
So-
permanent restraining order, civil case. So this is Goldie Bell. Criminal prosecution for multiple felonies by the government handled by authorities. That being said, violating a restraining order is a criminal offense. So he's saying there was some other case where he.
Yeah, no, I'm not sure. Well, I'm not sure if that's what that means. I think what he means is that the civil case was all that James Key was funding and like trying to make happen, right? Like that's what like a civilian can do, is just like make a civil case against someone. Whereas if the government chooses to prosecute him, like, you know, arrest him, and actually it's like an actual.
But isn't
like
is he not saying that that was happening?
No regrets.
Yeah, exactly. So he's saying basically like the government.
No regrets.
LA or whatever. Was gonna prosecute the case against him, right? Which they wouldn't do that unless they thought they had a solid case. You know what I mean? So it's a situation where he's basically saying like, I wasn't just like randomly targeting this guy. Like even the government was thinking like this guy is committed a crime. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And actually, that's supported. Sorry, that's supported, semi-supported by I believe the hearing that was in early September. I think it was September 16th, but in that proceeding, right, the judge, he delayed the case, and he extended the restraining order, so he like added an amount of distance that he had to stay away from her, right? and it said that the reason the case got delayed was due to a pending criminal case, right? So,
I wonder if are we gonna get information about that case here though?
I would hope so, but the problem is that he is dead, right? So it's like.
But if there must be like, I don't know, someone willing to talk about it, because like he's dead, but like, well then it like may not have, like in my mind, like if I can't see it, it may as well not have happened, you know?
No, I know what you mean, yeah. But I'm just saying that to point out, like, the literal court documents that the judge, made note of, did say that the initial court date was delayed due to a pending criminal case. You know what I mean? So there is potential that James is telling the truth there. The thing is that we might not be able to know. I'm not sure.
Yeah. I mean, I know the judge said that there's a pending criminal case, but
right.
Just the judge might have just said that because like Isabella's lawyer or whatever told him that, and so he was just like.
No, actually, the interesting thing, at least this is what I remember, but what I remember, I believe it was that their lawyer, whatever, James Key's lawyer, whatever, Isabella's lawyer, they actually didn't want the thing to be postponed or whatever, right? Like they wanted just to get the restraining order that day, right? But the judge overruled it because there was this pending criminal case. So I don't know. Anyway, it's possible, but you're right though. There's like, I don't know. I haven't seen like hard proof that this was actually going to manifest. But in my mind, it was more than likely.
All right.
The judge was aware that there could be a criminal case coming.
Yeah, I know that sometimes somebody in chat is pointing out rightfully that depending on the nature of the case, if it involves sensitive information of a victim, they might seal it and make it private. That's true, but if it is private and we don't know anything about it and nobody's willing to talk about it, in my opinion, it may not have happened. You know, like that's kind of the way I have to see it because I feel like I have to have some evidence or something, right?
Yeah.
Like I have to see something.
Well, like this case especially, bro, because it's like very few reliable narrators. You know what I mean? Like obviously, Too Mad is like an almost completely unreliable narrator, right?
Mm-hmm.
But even Jamesky, like again, we're still making it through this, but I want to see what his claims are for like the pedophilia and all this stuff. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. We will see.
I just got raided by Destiny. It's so over.
Really?
It's actually over. What's up, DGGers? Let's keep going through this document. I want to keep going.
Red nuts, baby.
We're currently reviewing the Too Mad court document, which is very swag and interesting. I'm having a good time. Or sorry, not court document. James Key's document about Too Mad's court proceedings is what we're going over. All right. That being said, violating a civil restraining order is a criminal offense since it goes directly against the court's orders. The government handled the visual evidence for SA in a separate criminal case. The civil restraining order only included the information necessary to protect the victim, not prosecute Too Mad. The authorities don't casually get out information about criminal investigations to strangers, let alone provide the public with sensitive evidence submitted by the victims. However, the DA had access to a large amount of proof of Too Mad's doings, including videos. Too Mad had secretly recorded of him committing some of the crimes against his victims, including SA. By February, the investigation had access to everything necessary for the prosecution. It was only a matter of putting the paperwork together and issuing the arrest warrant to Too Mad. There were no lawsuits, neither from victims nor from the witnesses. There were no lawsuits at any point. Too Mad and his friends fabricated a lie to slander the names of people he hurt. At no point during the 6-month period had Too Mad been able to provide any evidence to support his made-up claims. Nature of proceedings: petition, civil harassment. Too Mad used the illusory truth tactic and claimed there's a lawsuit over and over in order to make his fans parrot what he's saying, even though they're incorrect. Many people are not qualified to actively discuss legal documents. They have no idea what they're talking about. They'll put effort into actual research before presenting their opinions as facts to the unaware. I witnessed a considering number of fabricated stories based on carefully picked bits of information.
Pulverized coal.
This is extremely dangerous and has caused issues for real-world investigations. Timeline of notable legal events involving one of the restraining orders. At the beginning of July, the court issued a restraining order against Too Mad. The whole point was to protect the person he was trying to physically hurt. I want to make it very clear the order was in full effect. It was not, and was just simply not permanent. I certify the temporary restraining order is true and correct. Blah, blah, blah.
Would you mind resuming your stream? I can't.
Oh, you can't? Yeah.
See, right now it says Turkey Tom.
Here you go.
Yeah. Thank you, bro.
James Key lace Too Mad Xanax with Fent. I don't think he had to do that for Too Mad to die, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I think, I don't know.
I think that was not necessary. Honestly.
Yeah. Yeah, sorry, but in terms of what you were just saying there, like I personally, I haven't seen any evidence that there was like an actual lawsuit where they were trying to get money, specifically like money out of Too Mad or whatever, because that was like his thing that he was saying nonstop, right?
Exactly.
Which honestly is so weird to me, man, because it is so weird because he claimed that he wasn't affected by, you know, like he said basically if it was just stalking, if he was only being like accused of stalking or whatever, then he wouldn't care. But like at the end of the day, like it was just if it's just a restraining order case, like why was he so like crazily obsessive about it? You know what I mean?
Yeah, C. Stoney says I'm out because y'all are reading a doc from someone who is in the wrong. Well, I'm sorry that you don't like that we're reading something, but I want to know if he's in the wrong or if he's in the right, so obviously we're going to read this.
Yeah, what the hell?
Viewbotting? Yeah, I'm viewbotting right now. That's where all the viewers came from. I'm viewbotting.
Shout out Destiny.
Shout out Destiny for the viewbots. The hearing to convert this order into a permanent order was scheduled 3 weeks in advance, giving Too Mad a substantial amount of time to prepare. Okay, Too Mad hired a criminal lawyer and not a civil one. Too Mad could plead the fifth during the criminal proceedings for his crimes, including SA. However, the testimonies from the civil cases can still be used against him. Thus, Too Mad's main objective was to stall the civil case as much as possible to avoid testimony and discoveries. The legal code allows either party to request a continuance during a hearing. In simple terms, continuance equals postponement of the hearing to a different date. Generally, the first continuance request is almost always granted so the respondent can find a lawyer and both parties have more time to prepare. During the first hearing, both we and the respondent agreed to a continuance. Usually, the restraining order hearings are postponed for no more than 2 weeks. Thank you, Thiologist, for the gifted memberships. Yeah, sorry. More than a few weeks. But it's entirely up to the judge. The judge gave a 2-month continuance. As in, the order will still be in full effect, but the hearing regarding making it permanent was moved to the end of September.
Just to give you a sec, but like also, so that's the first time. So from what I remember, the first, you know, hearing or whatever was in July, right? And so that got delayed 2 months into September. And so the context of our interview that we did that ended up getting cited in court, right, in the documents.
In the civil case.
Right, yeah. So the interview we did happened like two weeks before he was going to go to court in September, right?
Yeah.
So it had already been delayed. And obviously what shocked us was like this guy got delayed already, and then he came onto the stream and it was 2 weeks out. And he still kind of was barely coherent about what his case even really was, you know what I mean? Like he was barely able to like argue for himself, you know what I mean? He was just like convinced that he would win the case because
so Kankelmore just sent us a picture. I don't know if I can show this on stream, but it's a picture of Too Mad holding a bottle of what seems to be Mexican Xanax called Pharmapram. Can I show this on stream?
Can you send it to me?
He said he sent it to you too, but I'll send it.
Oh, my bad. Oh, thank you, bro. Okay, I see.
I don't know if I can even open this on stream. Can we show illicit substances?
But this is the reason, I think, is because this is probably what the picture is that Too Mad sent him that James he cited, you know what I mean? Because in one of those videos with Kankelmore, Too Mad said, "I'll send you a picture," right?
Right, yeah, I remember that. So he took whatever this is. Pharmapram it, someone said.
I'm more interested in what's.
Can I even post this picture on Twitter?
Farm plan.
Pharmapram, and below that it says alprazolam tableta, which just means tablet, I think.
Are you showing it? I'm just gonna show it.
You're gonna show it?
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, I don't think it's anything horrible.
This is what was
R1, R3.
So wait, is that like a Nerf gun at the bottom left? That image?
I can't even tell. Is that maybe it's a shaker cup for like G Fuel? I can't even tell what that is, honestly.
There's like a coil. I think.
Maybe it's a giant elf bar. It's an oversized elf bar.
Should we you tell me, but should we get Kankelmore in the call? Because obviously that guy, he was pretty, like the fact that he was talking to Too Mad when he was in like the worst state. I don't know.
Yeah, I was gonna suggest that. Why not have him on for a bit?
Yeah, but Kankelmore, if you, I don't know if you're able to call or not, but if you're not, just let us know if there's anything.
I'm gonna shoot him a message. I'll say, do you want to call?
Yeah, but if there's anything, in case he's listening, whatever. But if there's anything that you would want us to know or whatever, just feel free to type it in chat or DM us, whatever.
You can also see his cat in the background.
Yeah.
On the top left of this picture. And it looks like he looked up pharma plan here.
Right, and
which is not what it says here.
Yeah, exactly. But Kankamore was saying basically he sent the photo of the Xanax he bought. He said they're Mexican. I'm assuming they aren't as potent. So he's basically saying it might be plausible that he did take 20 bars. It probably wasn't actually 20, but like the reason he's guessing is because it's, you know, less potent than like a pharmaceutical grade, you know, American company.
Airsoft & Co. said, you were gifted a sub you weren't even watching? Well, based. CL for 20 says, too mad down drugs just like food. Rip too mad. Mino Sabe says, don't know if you can answer this. What happened to Augie? He exists. He's around. He's doing Farmer Pram. That's what I heard. Last I heard, he's doing a lot of Farmer Pram. No, he's fine. He's just chilling. Kankamore said he can't call in. He's at work.
Okay, just the only thing I would want to ask is, does he have any clue when Too Mad started taking like serious drugs, right? Like hard.
I'm gonna say, do you know when Too Mad started taking hard at all?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because like the big thing, right? I was trying to understand.
You want a mental destruction timeline.
Yeah, but also I want to understand, how is Minx involved? Like I feel like I remember some weird details.
Here's what Minx tweeted out. I don't know how to feel right now. James Key responded, just got a full confirmation that I can tell the public you actively interfere with investigations and assisted Too Mad by revealing him confidential information provided by the authorities. And you encouraged him to kill himself for hours, days before the tragedy. You even talked about it on streams.
Yeah, that's right there, yeah.
He also sent this clip. Of all people she knew, there was never a lawsuit. In fact, she has contributed quite a bit to a lot of the stuff that happened over the years involving Too Mad and his victims. She switched sides back to back. This is her a few days ago.
I think he's just trying to cope because he has nothing left to live for, which I understand because he hasn't.
I get horrible vibes from Minx as well, man. Yeah, so this is why I'm really curious about Minx's involvement, bro, because it's like, if, you know, like, because Minx obviously does not strike any of us, I don't think, as like a person who's like got their life together, or at the very least, like, she's clearly got her own problems. And so if she's somebody who's like whispering in Too Mad's ear, like, I'm just, again, this is why I want to understand, like, when did he take the leap into doing that was actually going to kill him? You know what I mean? Because look, as far as I'm aware, you cannot die from ketamine abuse.
Yeah, Musa says, hey, I'm interested, Tom. What is the goal of Too Mad allegations? What's being accomplished? Well, I think in James Key's view, he's getting the truth out about a situation that he hasn't been able to talk about for a long time. So if you want to give him a charitable view, that would be it. If you want to give him an uncharitable view, it would be now that he's dead, he can finally slander him. Those are the two views you can give, basically, like charitable versus uncharitable to James Key. But I don't know what the truth is yet. But I will say, like, a decent amount of this document is unquestionably making Too Mad look like a schizophrenic.
Yeah.
And also maybe even a murderer. Yeah. Maybe even a potentially murderous one.
Yeah. I mean, I feel like, I don't know. Are you that surprised? Because for me,
I'm not that surprised, but seeing it is crazy, especially now that he's gone.
Okay. All right. Yeah. It's possible I've seen just too much of his, like it's, I don't know. I've just been exposed to too much of this guy. Like, bro, some of the that he was saying, it's just like it's like completely self-destructive, but beyond that, it's just like demented. You know what I mean? Anyway.
Yeah.
Whatever.
How many pages are left? 32 pages are left. Too Mad could plead the fifth during the criminal proceeding for his crimes, including SA. However, the testimonies from the civil cases can still be used against him. Thus, Too Mad's main objective was to stall the civil case to avoid testimony and discoveries. The legal code allows either party to request a continuance. Blah, 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 blah. Okay. Too Mad used the entirety of every single continuance to play video games all day. He live streamed himself playing Overwatch at least 44 times since the permanent restraining order case began. Threatened witnesses to do with the cases, including those who had to physically restrain him from hurting one of his victims in the past. Here we have Too Mad's closest friends at the time he tried to physically intervene to help the victim escape after Too Mad started chasing her. One of his friends helped the victim escape. Too Mad took a photo of them standing visibly disappointed to taunt them afterward.
Ooh, wait.
So is this after Isabella left the house?
One sec. Can you hear me right now?
Yeah, I can.
Okay. So
you can see there's this picture here.
This is fascinating because actually I've never seen this before.
I didn't even know anyone else was present ever.
No, I knew that. We knew that. That was in the interview that we did. This is like actually a pretty.
If that's the case, I forgot that someone else showed up.
No, this is an important detail because the big thing was that she was running out of the house, and this is when the alleged groping happened, right? The
Yeah.
And she was running out of the house like panicked or whatever, and his friends had just arrived in the driveway because they had like plans to go do something, right? And so then me and Bernie, I'll just say like me and Bernie, we were trying to figure out who were the friends so that we could like get their account, right? Because if we can get the friends to say that yeah, she was freaked out, then at the very least that kind of to a degree that validates the fact of like she literally like was freaked out.
How did they even get this picture? Did Too Bad send it to someone?
That's what I'm wondering. I have no idea. I've never seen this. That's why I'm confused.
I mean, he is enough to send evidence. I mean, he basically did that in our stream, but what is this?
Yeah. Well, you 100% did that in our stream, but yeah. That's what I'm trying to understand, yeah, because with this, though, okay, this is actually really useful. I mean, me and probably Bernie or whatever, we would have to figure out who, because with that, we could probably tell which friends that is. Those are, sorry, whatever. But, yeah, no, okay, I really want to know where he got that.
I think this is clearly an Ethan Klein fan and Scott Pilgrim from Scott Pilgrim versus the World. I think this is what we're dealing with here. That's pretty obvious. You think in a few weeks I'm going to forget about taking you down with me? Bro, even if you send a screenshot, I'm going to make sure your name, face, everything is on there in that video, even if it's taken down, we've re-uploaded so many times. Send screenshots. Yo. DJ career already dead. We chillin' then. No need to end you. Intimidate more victims of his past predatory behavior in order to prevent them from coming forward publicly and testifying in court. I guess he called them. You can see nonstop. You can see there's like multiple notifications buried. Here he says, I'm not in love with you. Pick up phone. I'm not going to call you a million times. I'm not going to give you the saddest fact job. Interesting, you always, no matter what, pick up. But when I get canceled, radio silence, very mentally ill, just like her.
I'm trying to wait up.
Basically, he's saying that he was intimidating some of the victims here. I don't know if it's these people. This message is something he sent these people. This message is something he sent the friends. This one is supposedly some other victim he sent this to.
This is really interesting. Okay, so I guess the friends provided this, right?
They would have provided this, and the other victim would have provided this. Because he said intimidate more victims of his past predatory behavior. And this is this.
Yeah, we'll definitely have to try and reach out to the friends,
Yeah, we absolutely do that, without question. This one is crazy. I'm going to make sure your name, face, everything is on there. The video we uploaded so many times. He's starting to just publicly talk to you, basically.
Yeah. So I don't know if you remember this at all, but there was one friend that he was mentioning who he was saying...
Bella had a friend that was a while that wrote the apology that Too Bad sent her that was a fake apology.
Right, but the thing is that what you need to understand is that guy was Too Mad's friend, but then this incident happened, and he became that guy became closer to Isabella, right? Like after this.
But this
event
person
happened.
is not Jameski, to be clear.
No.
This is someone else. Maybe it's one of these two people. Maybe it's someone else. I don't know.
Yeah, I do believe it is probably the guy on the right, but this is that we'll confirm later.
Kankelmore said, "I don't know when it started, but he told me in late January that he quit drugs altogether." I mean, he could have just been lying. I think.
Yeah.
Maybe he stopped for 1 hour.
Okay.
He had also intentionally violated his restraining order multiple times. The way he did it made each instance a felony. The way he did it made each instance a felony, not a misdemeanor. As in, multiple instances were separate, and each one would count as its own felony in this context. It wasn't limited to just this, and I'm just scraping the tip of the iceberg from the court's perspective. The horrifying part is that he was doing all this while preying on new, unsuspecting victims, primarily targeting young girls and those who were unaware of his past.
Okay.
How did this all start for you guys, if you don't mind me asking? We matched on Tinder in July of last year. Yeah, that's what happened with me. He got my Instagram from my Hinge profile. To be clear, I don't know who this person is. I have no idea who they are. I have no idea. I mean, this... For all I know, this could be fake. Like, I'm not saying that I think James is necessarily lying, but what I am saying is, like, I need a little more proof, right? Is that fair to say?
Yeah.
Is that fair?
Yeah, I mean, I would think so. But here's the... would you be down... Like, I don't know what you generally do, but, like, if you independently verified it, but then it wasn't released, do you think that... Like, would you be cool with that, or would you prefer that it was just public and then you report on it type of thing? You get what I'm saying?
Public, absolutely.
Okay, understood, yeah.
I personally don't... I don't want to be burdened with knowledge, first of all, that no one else has, and then secondly, like, why would people just trust me, right? Like, what reason do people have to just trust me automatically? Like, I feel like I don't want people to just take me at my word for some that happened, like, especially about like a dead guy who can't even defend himself now, you know?
Yeah, no, I understand. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if it could be independently verified, I would want to take a look at it, but I wouldn't publish anything about it.
Right.
If I don't know, you know. Or sorry, if I can't talk about it, because I don't expect people to just believe me.
Yeah.
I guess Jamesky's explanation is the victims don't want to be public, but I don't know. I feel like there's got to be something else. He also publicized himself doing a lot of it as well, both on live streams and social media. He didn't just do it online or over the phone. He went as far as to meet some of the girls in person. Okay, here we have this.
See, I get. See?
What the was that?
Evidence, I guess.
Bro, wait, sorry. So this is just a woman?
See, I get. See?
I think the implication is that this is some woman he met up with, and he was like bragging about being with her. Or something.
Flexing. Yeah.
How
long are his nails?
See, I get.
They look kind of long, but I can't really tell.
See?
What?
I don't even. I'm sorry. This isn't evidence of anything in my mind.
Yeah, no. I mean, we can't even see the girl, but yeah, I agree. Yeah. Like what? Like if he meets up with a girl, unless that girl is saying, coming out publicly, like what does that do for us?
So I said, where is the attempted murder evidence? Him being creepy harasser is the only evidence I see. Attempted murder, don't have evidence of that. We have evidence. I guess we're going through that right now. I guess we'll find out if that is in here. Tibet lost his civil cases in full. He's also been a drug addict for years and didn't just start ketamine recently. You can easily find references to it, alibis from his ex-friends, and the now deleted video he published for his Patreon supporters. Bruh by Two Mad Gang. 13 minutes of me high on ketamine.
2021. Yeah.
Two Mad created a false narrative to twist the entire situation, lying about everything for months. His facade is basically that his evil ex is just mad and is now suing him for money, despite the fact that the particular victim in question was never in a romantic relationship with him and that they only knew each other for a short period of time. There was never a relationship. It was made up by a delusional sex offender, and his false claims were shut down by judge.
Yeah.
Two Mad is the Ghostbusters Slimer in human form. I think that's actually accurate. I think that's fair to say.
Facts.
He was simply delusional. The reality is that Two Mad is a physically violent predator who went after the most vulnerable victims, and he went out of his way to hurt them or to silence them, leading to the victims seeking protection from him while the DA was preparing the paperwork. The prostitution was also entirely made up by Two Mad in an attempt to discredit the victim in the public eye. The investigation fully debunked it, including the fake messages he posted on Twitter that his fans took as gospel at the time, which is brought up again later in this document. Again, there was literally no money involved, as there wasn't a single lawsuit. He made all that up to poison his fans against his victim in an attempt to save himself, as that victim had the most evidence against him. All of that was public records.
Yeah, from what I can tell, this is accurate. Like, from what I'm aware, at least.
Yeah. This particular case was about the judge-signed court-issued restraining order. We have a signature there. The hearing was only to make it permanent. Once again, this is not a lawsuit. Two Mad can tell lies to his fans all he wants. Factual information would always debunk it. I still don't know about these other victims that supposedly existed. I have no evidence that they even are real.
Right. Yeah, you're talking about that Discord, random Discord messages.
The random Discord one, and then the video of him being like, I get, like, neither of those really show me anything.
I'll tell you that there was a point in October or November where he was, I do remember him flexing or making reference to the fact that he was, you know, seeing another woman or something like that. But yeah, I'm not sure exactly what, like if he's just seeing another woman, like that doesn't really mean anything unless that woman comes out, right?
Yeah, exactly.
I'll see if I can find him anyway, but probably not.
No, I assume not. Okay. Going back to the case timeline, right before the September hearing, days before the scheduled date, the defense, aka Two Mad, and his lawyer said they will not proceed in the agreed Tuesday date, stating some nonsense excuses primarily related to sudden unavailability, despite the fact they had chose the date 2 months in advance. They attempted to push another continuance to avoid the hearing, but we didn't agree to it. On the September hearing date, Two Mad realized he would see his victims in person. He panicked and decided to hide in the courthouse's cafeteria on a different floor instead of showing up in the courtroom itself. While the hearing was supposed to take place, as everyone was also present, he was clowning on the court and the judge, trying to make a circus out of the whole situation. Once again, he did all that while hiding away, as he was too afraid to look in the eyes of the people he had done irreparable damage to. Since everyone else was present, the hearing took place, during which it was brought up that Too Mad was purposely making the victim's life a living hell, while simultaneously making a circus out of this. They also claimed they are unavailable, yet Too Mad showed up at the courthouse, but not the courtroom itself. I mean, we can see here, I remember this picture being posted on Twitter.
I do too, yeah. I remember, yeah. This is in my version of the interview, yeah. Note the Lightning McQueen Crocs, by the way.
Pretty fire court fit, if you ask me.
Yeah.
You can see in the corner there, Lightning McQueen. We do have these screenshots Kenkelmore sent as well, which are interesting.
Okay.
These are from the 20th of January. Yo, Wave, how you been doing with the drugs? Did you try what I told you with the psychedelics in place of bars? I forgot what you said about psychs. I quit drugs, for real. You're off everything? Yes. Oh, good. How have you been feeling? And how long has it been? I forget, 'cause drug. Fair Lamau. I mean, here is he not saying I'm off drugs? How long have you been off? I forgot, 'cause I'm on drugs. Is that kind of what he's saying?
That's what I'm interpreting, more or less.
Yeah. Watching Death Note to mentally prepare on most effective way to make this jump out of her skin in my apartment. Note, Too Mad targeted the family house of one of his victims after posting this. Do we have evidence of him targeting the family house, and what does that mean? Did he target him with a gun? Did he go in? Like, what happened?
Yeah, we need something. We need something, bro, because that's, like, anything that is, like, proof of that would just really help, like, really help. Man, but yeah, this is kind of a thing, by the way. Too Mad's ideal ego was Light Yagami from Death Note. Yeah, this is something that I realized while I spent that month looking into this, is that, like, consistently for the last, like, 2 years, Too Mad, anytime he would say some, like, that was just clearly self-destructive, he would, like, put, like, Light Yagami laughing, you know what I mean?
I mean, that's reflected in our interview with him, where he basically was acting aloof and unbothered the entire time. Yeah, he was the master of puppets, you know?
Yeah, keep in mind as well that in the conversation he sent to us of him talking to Goldie Bell, right? And, like,
the
obviously
video?
being... Yeah, the video, yeah. He's talking about how she would look hot in a Misa Misa cosplay, which is, like, the girl who's infatuated with Light Yagami. So this is like a... Like, this is the thing. This doesn't really mean too much, but it kind of gives you a perspective, like, from Too Mad's mind. Like, his ideal ego, the best version of himself that he would like to imagine himself as, is like a literal psychopath that gets away with killing people. You know what I mean? That's pretty much the plot of Death Note, is that he's a genius. He doesn't feel any empathy. And, I mean, at the end of the day, like, he thinks, like, he's a god, right? This whole thing, like...
The show ends with him losing his mind and dying, though.
Yeah, exactly. That just sent a chill down my spine.
TBG says, I knew Dia for a bit, and his lack of video response was a textbook sign of delusion and depression. From my few interactions with him post-Spiral, the people around him were clearly making the situation worse. TBG, would you want to call in? Who was around this guy in real life? Just the situation aside, Too Mad was actively making it difficult for his victims to come forward and testify, especially as the hearing days would be getting closer. So glad she had the courage to share what happened, but yes, dude is mental and had all of us scared, and scared for her, literally caught in 4K. Just hopping on here to say, Too Mad is a piece of shit who assaulted my friend and stalked her, will not leave me alone and others my dear friend knew, and is genuine danger to women he talks to, and is proven by his behavior. If you support him, never speak to me again. Victim's roommate. Who is this? Who are these people? I understand the intent to hide their identity. From James Key's perspective is to not, you know, have them dragged into this publicly forever. But if I don't know how I'm supposed to just believe, you know? That's my problem mostly.
Yeah. It's like, the thing is like...
The thing is, like, I'm almost inclined to believe it, but I just need a little more.
Well, it's just like, James Key, like, these are public tweets, bro. Just uncensor it, man.
This is a public tweet. Why is this censored? I have to be able to show this, right?
Yeah, 100%, without a doubt. Like, this is just, like, genuinely just being too, I feel like being too, I don't know why he would censor it, to be honest. Maybe the person asked him.
Just hopping on here to say, Too Mad is a piece of who assaulted my friend and stalked her. Boom. Okay, found it. She wanted this to be out, so I don't know why this is censored whatsoever.
Yeah, it's very odd. But yeah, there's she did post DMs of Too Mad kind of harassing her. Yeah.
This girl did?
Yeah, I remember this. Yeah, this Jinx girl. Yeah, she's like, One of the people who came out, I think, around the same time as Bella. I'll try to find them.
Is this person friends with Isabella? Is that the meme?
Yeah, I believe so. Let me just double check, but I'm pretty sure that this is like an IRL friend with her, right? And so like Tumab would message this woman, saying
also,
like, what?
We can just search her at and keyword search Tumab, right?
Yeah. One sec.
Let's see here. Yeah, I think I found the DMs you're talking about. You have a marketable skill. It's called being sexy vampire. You're pretty good at it. She says, bruh. He says, I know a girl who makes over 100K a month, and she's not as hot as you.
Yes, that's exactly what I was gonna say.
Dude, this is like the DMs he sent to the what was the shoe on head?
Wait, what?
The shoe on head girl.
Fuck,
her name starts with a K. Kiwi Sun. Okay, Kiwi Sunset. Yes, yeah. He sent her DMs that was like, look at my Ethiopian magnificine. You remember that?
Yeah, I remember that. Okay. Yeah, I mean, look, man, every single interaction that Tumab has with a girl in text is like, it reads like total incel. Like, it's hilarious in a weird context, but it's like absolutely, completely incel. You know what I mean?
Dude, you want me admit it is so funny, dude. I mean, I know it's bad, but I think it's really funny. But
on a meta level, I get what you mean. Yeah.
It's not just meta. It's like, just imagine saying this.
No, yeah. I agree.
Like, dude, I'll never have the confidence to say I know you want me.
Yeah, man.
Imagine having clearly
like,
doesn't. That's unspoken Riz right there.
Oh yeah, bro, it's massive Riz. Imagine having 3 million subs and messaging, like just dry messaging like that, like just no lube, nothing. It's crazy.
Two minutes piece. Dude, saw to my friend and stalked her, wouldn't leave me alone. Yeah, well, guess we found that. And here we just have, looks like someone's trying to download Google Drive right now, and then it just shows him calling and saying, bro, do not leave me alone. Victim's roommate. Oh, so this must be, maybe this is Isabella's roommate or something.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was, they're IRL friends. Yeah, I believe, yeah, that's probably right. No, that's definitely right, yeah, sorry. But the thing is that's weird is it's like, Tumab basically, he's interacting with Isabella or whatever, and then he's, you know, messaging her roommate.
Messaging anyone peripheral to try to get in.
Yeah, but like also messaging the roommate that she's like hotter than her, right?
Yeah.
So it's like divine Riz basically. Like this guy's a fucking champion.
To be clear, Ken Colmore said, I think he meant because Xanax makes you black out or because he his memory in general. He could have lied. I won't count that out. But I can't think of a reason to lie to me specifically. When I was on drugs 7 years ago, there were always a few people I was cool with and had no similar issues in their past. Those kinds of people I couldn't find a reason to lie to about my situation, but obviously I'm not too mad, LOL. So that's what Ken Colmore's response is.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's hard for me to believe, to be honest. Like, I don't know, if he wasn't, like, what made him relapse? Just being bored, probably? I don't know.
Yeah, I assume that would have to be it. Tumab's lawyer requested another continuance due to a separate criminal case, and the judge issued another 2 months to prepare for the next hearing. Respondent is forced to invoke his Fifth Amendment right and cannot proceed. Pending criminal case. Okay. New court date, December 5th, 2023. The judge had also increased the distance Tumab can't get near his victim. The judge deemed it necessary. We didn't request the increase. Court adds 100 yards to stay away. Provision of the temporary restraining order.
Yeah, we had this. Yeah, that's what I was talking about. Where it's like the judge just like that's kind of to me a statement where like the judge is going out of their way to be like, okay, we're delaying the court case or whatever, but we gotta like add an extra, you know, level to this because this guy's cracked.
Since it takes a moment before some public records become digitally accessible, Tumab used it as an opportunity to weaponize and lie about the outcome, making it seem like he won a made-up lawsuit. According to Tumab, the judge looked at it and just threw it away. He even claimed that the victim didn't show up. This added fuel to his false narrative, leading some fans to believe it initially without critically thinking about it. I'm here, ready to face plaintiff. Ends up she didn't show up. Guess she wasn't confident like she thought in her case. Wait, I won the court case. They only got a restraining order. Woo.
I remember this, bro.
They was asking for 25 to 50K in jail time. They only got restraining order for my... Jail time was never on the table, I'm pretty sure.
No, he's lying. This is what he's saying, basically. Like, Tumab, and he was lying.
My question is he lying or is he just ripped?
Yeah, I mean, that's a fair question. I would lean toward he was just, like, delusionally lying. Like, I don't know. I guess...
Delusionally lying? You, like, convincing himself? Or...
Yeah, but like at the same time, like where did he get this 25 to 50K? Like where did that come from? You know what I mean? Maybe he convinced himself, sure, but I've never seen anything like that. Like maybe from his lawyer. Like was that what his lawyer was expecting? I don't know.
I don't know.
But the big thing, the big thing is that I remember this because I was waiting for the verdict, right? And so the second that he posts the picture of him with the Lightning McQueen shoes, and then like 30 minutes later, he's like, I won, it's over. You know what I mean? And then like a day later, the actual court documents get released, and it's like, no, it just got delayed into December or something, and the judge added 100 yards, and there's now a thing that says it was delayed due to a pending criminal case, right? So it's like, oh no, he didn't win.
He also intentionally violated the order again within an hour to taunt his victim, which is once again a separate criminal instance that leads to a criminal prosecution. I have an active and enforceable restraining order in place that has been approved in full and signed by the judge against Tumad. The hearing was rescheduled, and that is all. It is a TRL petition, not a lawsuit. I won, judge only approved restraining order, and that's it. Rest of claims. Bro just broke the restraining order. I mean, yeah. The new hearing for the permanent order was scheduled for December 2023 to make the existing order permanent. Tumad had several cases, but he would keep talking about this one in particular because he knew that the victim had the most evidence of him being a serial criminal and to derive the public's attention from everything else that was going on. Wait, I won the court case. I only got a restraining order. Woo. No, you didn't. I don't know who this is.
Right. I mean, this whole part to me is like not that important because it's like, yeah, he's like Tumad was wrong. Like the court case wasn't over that day.
Tumad responded to her saying, "Aren't you fat and ugly too?"
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Crazy, bro.
That's great. It's just funny because it's like she's posting the DMs of him saying she's hot, and then he's like, "You're fat and ugly."
Yeah, you want me.
Yeah, facts.
Tumad was purposely stalling out the victim's testimony because he knew that not only would the eyes of the law be aware of crucial details about his actions, but the public would also be able to see them. At the time, he knew that if he continued dragging it out, it would hurt him financially. So if you look at page 1 of this guy, civil case cover sheet, unlimited amount demanded exceeds $25,000. I do remember this.
Okay.
From the cover sheet, but I mean, they never ended up getting money. But this is probably why he thought 25, because they checked unlimited amount demanded exceeds 25.
I see. Okay.
Even though technically he lost and he didn't lose money to them specifically, but
yeah,
it seems like it wasn't a specific lie, that one thing.
No, understood. Okay.
Tumad was purposely stalling out the victim's testimony, blah, blah, blah. If I say remove lawsuit 30 times, will James Key remove lawsuit? What if I say trial can cost up to $500K to $1 million? I'm firing my lawyer, so James Key's the only one who keeps loses money, lol. He knew that I couldn't afford to pay. I would not be able to shelter his victims in person away from him, and he would be able to create a different narrative to try and avoid the consequences in the public eye. Throughout my experience with Tumad, his actions cost me over 6 figures in damages over the span of 5 years. For this case alone, due to him purposely making it complicated for everyone else, I had to sell my car so I could afford to protect all his victims to begin with. Legal fees aren't cheap, and considering how much stuff he was involved with, he was trying to hurt me by any means necessary. Unsurprisingly, his actions put me under a financial burden I will address later. Alright, I was curious about that, so I guess if he addresses it later, we'll get to see that within the next 20 pages.
Yep.
Whichever idiot keeps spam calling me with no caller, talking about federal investigations, please do me a favor and find a door at a McDonald's, order a McChicken, and then throw it up your asshole so far that you enjoy it, whether you've ever enjoyed eating it from your mouth. Where this is coming from, I got a DM from someone. They showed me these DMs where Tumad is getting, like, spammed incessantly. Getting phone called, and he seems to think that he's getting texted. Basically, someone that knew him explained to me that Tumad was getting phone calls from someone claiming to be the Fed, saying he was being investigated.
Right.
But there didn't seem to be any proof that it was actually the LAPD. He thought he was being harassed or something. This DM, I don't know if I can leak this, but he's so I won't leak it publicly. I just don't know if the person wants me to. But they sent me a bunch of. I just don't want to say names, but yeah.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, I mean, yeah, the big thing.
He believed he was being harassed by someone pretending to be the LAPD.
I don't know who would have had his number, but yeah.
Yeah. To give some perspective, according to him in the investigation, he spent at least $50,000 just to drag out this one particular case alone. I plan to spend even more, not the others combined, just for that one alone. Here he says, minus 150K in 2 years, lol. Tom, Vosh son or Keffel's daughter? Vosh son.
Booty yawn.
So no one's surprised he lied to the public on many occasions and went to great lengths to manipulate the narrative, making it more believable to his fans and confusing creators who haven't kept up with it. He would frequently say how much it cost him and imply that he was being sued for that exact amount. Bro, if I was confident where my money goes and why I wouldn't spend 50K
are nowhere
or
near
do
as
some
cool
fast
as
and
real
loose
life
charity for some
kitties.
girl with problems. Weird extortion, angry, exaggeration, vindictive, revenge lawsuit funded by grudge-holding mega loser. No money was ever requested, and everybody knew that, as everything was public record and would always show that Two-Man was lying. However, certain creators were misled into believing Two-Man's narrative or purposely lied to their viewers to create a story. Who would he be referencing here? Who are these creators? Is it Henry Resilient?
Oh, right.
Is that
I
on?
see. Oh man, wait. We're misled into believing Two-Man's narrative or purposely lied to their viewers to create a story. No, I'm trying to remember now because there were, when I was looking into this back in August and September, there were some YouTubers who were just kind of parroting the fact of like there's a lawsuit, right? And it wasn't. I don't think it was necessarily malicious.
The thing is, I definitely called it a lawsuit. There's no doubt I did.
Yeah, but exactly. I don't think it was necessarily malicious. It's just like
what are you
basically
doing
Two-Man
now?
was calling it a lawsuit. He was showing legal documents. Most YouTubers are dumbasses. Like, we're not like that well versed. You know what I mean? So like if Two-Man's saying it and then James Key's not really at that time not outwardly denying it. Yeah, I think people just kind of ran with it. I feel like nobody had like an incentive back then to lie or whatever, to like go with Two-Man's. But yes, I guess he's basically like pointing out there might have been like some oversights from some YouTubers. I don't know if he's referencing Diesel, FPS Diesel, or if he's referencing Jabroni. Maybe it's like other people. It could be.
Yeah, I don't know.
Not sure.
I haven't kept up with other people's content since then, to be honest with you.
I mean, Oompaville made a video about it. I guess it's possible.
Pretty middle of the road.
Yeah, exactly. Like these aren't people who are like go team Two-Man. You know what I mean? So I don't know who he's referring to. Just quit vague posting, James Key. Let's show the receipts, bro.
During the time this hearing, he's an oversized YouTuber. Was it Tipster? Well, sorry, my bad. During this time between this hearing and December, he continued to make the victims and witnesses' lives living hell, including mine. He constantly violated the restraining orders against him in different malicious ways, which led us to bring up the issue to the court. Why didn't the victim go to the police? Again, the LAPD was extremely lazy at the time and wouldn't do what was in their power. They almost never followed up on reports. Southern California police in general are notorious for their misconduct and for not doing anything in their power until it's too late. If you check the Wikipedia article for the LAPD alone, the section about their corruption and misconduct is half of the entire article. There was even an instance when Two-Man made one of the victims flee as he was targeting their family house in real time. Initially, even though the situation was happening in the moment, the sheriff didn't want to take the report because the initial 911 call didn't come from that address.
Wait up, I think he's referring to Goldie Bell in that situation because I do remember. Yeah, I do remember there being a claim that he was, in some way, he was like at her house or something like that. And I kind of asked him about it during the interview, but we didn't really get like any conclusive answer. I think it was that he was driving or he was in the car, and he sent a picture of him driving, something like that, and it might have been interpreted as him heading over.
Well, I believe he was driving in Oregon, actually.
Yeah, that
which would be a different
happened,
jurisdiction.
Yeah. Side comment.
He was driving in Oregon the whole time.
Yeah, he's still driving in Oregon, really.
To this day.
Yeah, I mean, scroll up for a sec.
I guess this is supposed to be a bunch of police reports. He's got his little money spread.
That'd be a pretty good album cover, I feel like.
Put a parental advisory down here.
Yeah, that would go kind of hard. What would the title of the album
Head.
I Miss the Rage.
Oh my god. Holy shit.
Driving Oregon Rage. I don't know.
Gang stalked.
Yeah, gang stalked Oregonian Rage. I don't know.
Oh my god. Yeah. Oregonian.
Look at the pigment.
Look at the pigment. What the?
Okay, this is. I know this is like supposed to be serious. I just like the Pac-Man type thing going on here.
Why is it done like that?
I don't know. I feel like could have just used the map, maybe.
It's like a grade A under A video.
Yeah. Later that day, they told the report. They took the report, but told us they would not act on it because it was happening outside of their jurisdiction. So we have another one. Two-Man's official home address. Jurisdiction 3 must arrest him, not us. False. House address unsafe. Initial 911 call location. Note LA County has over 40 separate police departments. I don't carry a ketamine, I drive. Whoa. Thanks for the dono, bro. They told us to go to a different police department, which then sent us back to them, so it became a game of hot potato. Well, these are the potatoes you can see.
What's going on,
pointing
Tim?
Fingers at each other, but refusing to act on it. It's always the same loop. But the order is from X, but the predator lives in Y. But the victim's address is in Z. One of the examples: police jurisdiction, hot potato.
I'm just getting used to this new game. Can I walk across this? Nope.
Alright, that was useless.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Okay, so he's basically just.
I do like the Grade A Under A visual. I like this.
You must be in
Yeah, you put work into this.
different ass region of the world than me.
Yeah. Is he still planning a video, or is this?
I have no idea.
Right, probably not. I would assume not, but anyway.
Ultimately, after reading this, I mean, we're not done with it, but I have a feeling I'm gonna come away with like, Too Mad is
Get wrecked.
basically indefensible as a person, but I don't know if he's a pedophile.
Yeah, I mean, same, bro. Like the second that I'm not gonna lie to you. Okay, my interpretation of James Key, I think I.
Oh yeah, that's right. You mentioned that.
The vibe that I get is, and Too Mad, yes, indefensible. I agree, pretty well at least. But it seems like a situation where Too Mad is like the worst. Too Mad and James Key are like the worst combo of people possible. You know what I mean? Where it's like James Key takes everything seriously, like maybe even too seriously potentially. And then Too Mad takes nothing seriously.
Seriously. Like,
yeah, like
nothing
absolutely
serious
nothing.
ever.
And it's like these two together just like completely implode their own lives. You know what I mean? Obviously, Too Mad is still the main antagonist in that like relationship. But yeah, when like the interpretation I get is that James Key was genuinely scared and is, or whatever, you know what I mean? Like, he was actually concerned, right? Otherwise, why would he bust all of those people's balls at VidCon, right? Or whatever it was, TwitchCon?
Yeah.
TwitchCon. Like, you know what I mean? Like, again, even if it wasn't a legitimate threat, he obviously interpreted some threatening thing could happen. And then, yeah, I mean, you take in, like, I just feel like this guy has just been holding this in for so long, and he genuinely was fearful of Too Mad that the second he died, it was like such relief that he just like probably manically, just tweeted and jumped the gun because there are tons and tons and tons of tweets of him saying that's again not.
As of what we've seen, is completely unsubstantiated though.
Yeah, but you know what I mean though when I say like, because to an average person they hear, oh, Too Mad was posting like, you know, tweets that would imply he's a pedophile. The average person would hear that and be like, well so then he is a pedophile. You know what I mean?
Well, that's what's happening with Neon right now, right?
Yeah. Right.
Hell yeah.
In the case of Neon, yeah, I mean.
Not that we should defend what Neon did. What happened with Neon was there was some kid on stream that insulted him, and Neon made a very disgusting joke.
Right.
Yeah, but
or statement or whatever.
Yeah, it's a thing where like, you know, did they express attraction to a child? No. Have they made bad contact? Like, have they made like illegal contact with a child? No. But
and
like,
the thing is,
you know.
Yeah, go on.
But the average person's or like.
Oh, I don't know about Neon. They're talking about Too Mad.
Crazy like Brody TV type joke, and they're like he's guilty,
yeah.
right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So it's like, and I understand why James Key would throw that in there because it's like, yeah,
he's just an incidental character.
Joking about, again, we say joking, but it's like he's tweeting about wanting to f a 13-year-old. You know what I mean? And we don't have proof that he was messaging any 13-year-olds as far as I've seen. But you know, the average person will look at that and be like, "What a weirdo," you know.
Yep.
So yeah, I'm doubtful. Again, he showed those Discord conversations with just random people that we can't really confirm.
And those people didn't even say anything about age. They just said he added them on Tinder or Hinge.
That's exactly. Yeah, that's exactly what I was. Exactly. From what we can tell, there's just nothing to look about that. Like, it's harassment, it's whatever, but it's like, keep in mind, I think that it's in the original police report, but when Too Mad met Isabella initially, he confirmed her ID that she was 18, right? Like, he literally, like, this is in Isabella's account. I'm very confident that he reviewed her like ID to confirm that she was 18, right? Like, he was actually kind of vigilant of that.
Chop 'em up.
I'll double check that. I'll double
Chop,
check
chop,
that.
chop 'em up.
Also claimed that I think this Missy
I'm
girl
really glad I
on
did
Twitter
this on
recently,
hard
this person people are
difficulty.
claiming is the girl that was groomed
If
by
this
Too
wasn't
Mad. She
on
posted
fucking
this on her
hard
Twitter
difficulty,
saying,
it'd be
someone
ridiculous.
asked her, is Too Mad a pedo? No, you can stop asking me shit about Too Mad or I'm gonna mute the word. I'm Misty, I'm my own person. I don't even have any association with Too Mad anymore, so that's what she said. I don't know if that's real. I don't even know if that's the same girl, you know.
It's a new one.
so
It came
far
out
so
like
far, but
8
I
hours
if I
ago
had to guess, I think you're
in
right.
North
There's not
America.
gonna-
It's called Rise of the Ronin.
It's here. It's gonna be soon.
It's like
All right, so hot potato.
it's
whatever.
like Ghost of
The
Tsushima,
court
but
instructed the police they were
more
supposed to arrest Too Mad. The authorities always
by
knew he
like
was
the
making police
Dynasty
from his job,
Warriors
his definition of
and
weaponized
Neo
videos and
guys.
evidence. The instances
So
provided in
it's
this document,
like
there's a few examples. There were countless instances that were way worse. The Superior Court had authority over
Ghost
the
of
IPD.
Tsushima,
The
but
court ordered the instruction to
more
arrest Too Mad on
Assassin's
violating
Creed
orders.
than even Ghost
The
was.
court had no real way to know that
Ghost
LAPD
was
is not
like
enforcing the order that was
Assassin's
given to them.
Creed, but
Proper,
like
formal, legal way to
really
address this is to file
streamlined,
contempt paperwork, which in simple
really
terms just means you're notifying the
well
court that orders being maliciously disobeyed by someone in
balanced
force.
and
Requires a lot of paperwork,
like
it's not taken lightly. The court has to verify all the information before they schedule any hearing.
not
Contempt
messy at
hearings
all.
primarily focused on Too Mad
Ghost of
committing
Tsushima
multiple
is
felonies,
one of
not
the
only by
most
endangering
like
people's lives
masterfully
in person, but also Too Mad
fucking
trying to dispose of his legal firearms that he owns and was ordered by the Supreme Court to surrender legally. This says,
like
"You are ordered to
rich
appear in this
and
court as
detailed
follows.
world
Individual
without
response court shall
being
not find you guilty of
busy at
contempt,
all.
punish you for willfully disobeying its orders as set forth in the affidavit below and any attached affidavit of facts
I have a
constituting
feeling
contempt.
this is going to be a
Party
really
pay for the
busy
benefit of the
game.
moving party, attorney fees, and the cost of the proceeding." Is this the so this is the contempt court that was this is the contempt order that was filed against Too Mad that we saw, right? That was following our live stream, right? I assume is what they're talking about here.
Well, okay, wait.
But they're trying to hold the LAPD in contempt, no?
Right. So I know that there was another, like, yes, there was a hearing in October over him breaking the restraining order, right?
Yeah.
So it's weird because, he like the case got delayed.
Can you
to
hold the cops
December.
in contempt for not arresting someone fast enough? Because I don't think you can. I'm a little confused.
I doubt it.
I'm a little confused by. Is there any evidence that this was filed or anything, or I just don't understand. I'll make it very clear for the last time the investigation into possession of real firearms was conducted by professionals in real life. The existence of real firearms has been proven many times. The authorities are just trying to figure out where they came from. Too Mad tried to dispose of them, and it made
I can
investigators
pet cats in this game too.
significantly more complicated. Most criminal investigations and legal matters take years. For example, the legal process caused by the McSkillet tragedy was
Oh
only
yes,
concluded after 5.
it's kitty
Now imagine how
time.
complicated it is when the end goal from the law's perspective is to destroy the supply and not the customer, because you will only solve one problem and not be the source of many. I think it goes without saying that it's obvious that if there is somebody out there who can supply firearms to psychopaths like Too Mad without
You're like
actually
working
being
out
noticed by authorities,
one
it's
of my
the source of
abs right
problems.
now.
That's why the investigation into Too Mad's firearms is so extensive and the main reason why nobody was allowed to talk about it.
Yep. She's
So
got
here at
both
this
of her
time, customer
paws
one,
on like
Too Mad, customer
right
2,
on my
customer
like
3.
left middle abdominal muscle
Jesus,
though.
dude, I feel like I'm in special
She
ed
was
class.
there for like 10 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, anyway, so yeah, basically he's just saying that because the investigation into
She's
the
my girl
firearms
pal.
took long because apparently the cops were trying to figure out who the supplier was so they could stop the supplier. I guess so.
My
Okay.
boy cat
Yeah.
always
Whatever.
sleeps with my
It's public knowledge that
girlfriend.
Timo was fascinated with doing illegal activities to see what he could get away with. It was an actual addiction, and it had only gotten worse over the years, resulting in many victims who are real people. Who are they? Unfortunately, some fans kept looking for excuses of his actions, mainly by blaming others, who are often the real victims of Too Mad. Their reasoning is just parroting what Too Mad said. They claim their information is facts, and in reality, it's just opinions presented as facts. Well, the problem is, James, I need some facts here, bro. Come on. Help me help you.
Right, but this part's kind of not necessary. Well, I get why he's saying it, but the thing is like, like what Too Mad's fans are doing is like kind of, not really that correlated to Too Mad, if that makes sense, or whatever. You know what I mean? Like it's like this isn't about the case or whatever, right?
Yeah. So instead of taking this all with a grain of salt, I mean, the thing is, like, okay, what can we say we know for sure Too Mad did? We know he was obsessed with this girl. We know he harassed her relentlessly. Maybe you could call that stalking. I could see that.
Yeah.
We know that there was some kind of weird interaction that took place in which he thinks is not assault, but it definitely was pressuring and bad and not okay. She thinks it was assault. We know that he wanted to multiple people and express his intent, and we know that he was a mentally ill drug addict who didn't trust his own intentions to the point he thought he might people or commit some kind of violent crime. We know that.
Right.
Like,
and at this point,
that much we know.
Can we say at this point that he also had guns in his house? Like,
yeah, we can say that. He said he had guns in his house multiple times.
Exactly. Yeah. Like, I've seen a lot of people bring doubt on that, but it's like in the interview he confirms that he, at least at one time had real guns in his house. Anyway.
Someone said so he didn't do anything wrong.
No.
Yeah, that's what we're saying. Yeah, he didn't do anything wrong.
Yeah.
That's what we're saying, dude. Good point.
That's the TLDR.
Yeah. Okay. I understand that people may speculate and make wrong assumptions based on the limited amount of information compared to what the authorities had, not all of which is disclosed in the public records.
It's not all that interesting, but
the DA was preparing on their own. The contempt was only focused on the LAPD not doing their job of enforcing the order. The reasons why the police departments would not enforce the order varied from incompetence to actual confidential investigations. But even with the investigations, it was necessary to enforce the order to confiscate his guns to protect everyone involved, as his psychotic behavior progressively became extremely unhinged throughout the year and put people's lives at risk, Too Mad included. Okay.
Button, say hi to the stream.
The court reviewed everything related to the contempt hearing paperwork, confirming it was valid. The court scheduled a completely separate hearing from the restraining order case, but 3 weeks from the date.
She's usually much more talkative.
The first date is the hearing for the contempt case. The second date is the rescheduled hearing for the permanent restraining order. Too Mad's lawyer agreed in writing that he'll provide the service to Too Mad regarding the contempt hearing, saving us thousands of dollars. Since Too Mad was already caught hiding away from the authorities, as he knew about the severity of the implications and how much trouble he was actually in, to him it was not a matter of if, it was a matter of when he would be arrested. This also makes you wonder why the defense scheduled a remote appearance for that hearing. Remote appearance scheduled, filed by respondent. Their criminal matter hearing turned into a circus. The defense had the audacity to claim that Too Mad was unaware of this hearing, despite Too Mad's lawyer accepting the service and the defense scheduling their actual appearance. The most unexpected part is that not only Too Mad's lawyer showed up, but also Too Mad himself via phone call, as in Too Mad called the court. When Too Mad's lawyer realized that he was here and wanted to talk, he implied continuously that Too Mad should just shut up and plead the fifth. He even explicitly advised him in front of everyone not to answer any questions. At one point, his lawyer had to intervene directly to stop Too Mad from talking, telling the court that they shouldn't ask him any questions because he lacks competency. I can 1000% see this happening, by the way. Because that's what he would have done if he knew that he was on our live stream, right? I assume.
Yeah. Like, are you kidding me? Like, yeah, 100%. I mean, bro, like, yes. There's just zero shot. Like, the lawyer would not.
I am American.
This guy is not.
Somewhat unfortunately, but still.
Yeah. All right. The judge ordered the paperwork.
I can't hate my life, bro.
Scheduled the contempt hearing to the same day as the permanent order hearing, which is supposed to.
I'm not a huge fan of what's going on with America nowadays, but yeah.
Legally, Too Mad is entitled to have a lawyer, so the court provided the continuance to find him new counsel. A defendant. The continuance was scheduled for the same date as the permanent order hearing, most likely because it would be more accessible for everybody involved to have everything done in just one day, assuming the hearing takes place and doesn't get another continuance. On the final hearing day, Too Mad's lawyer addressed the situation with Too Mad to the judge, acknowledging that he wanted nothing to do with him and left. As in, Too Mad's lawyer literally walked out, leaving Too Mad by himself.
Yeah, I believe that. I totally believe that, bro.
He was just like, I'm not representing this
Oh,
guy.
just
And
fucking.
Too Mad said,
We have a senile president, and Donald Trump's about to get back into office, and
kind of informed about this from
fucking.
The legal. I don't know exactly, but like the guy.
I did a debate
that
last week about
trying to represent himself.
whether we should defend Taiwan.
This is James Key claiming, like,
I had no idea we were so contentious with China about that shit.
The lawyer was just like, "You're twat."
Like something like 60% of people in America would support a war with China. It's like, bro,
the issue now is that
why?
due to the circumstances and how the legal system works, Too Mad was entitled to a new lawyer and able to get
So
another
yeah,
continuance to drag out the
just
case
America
more.
doing
We
America
retracted the
things.
criminal contempt hearing from the same day so we could do it another time and proceeded with the civil one that day. We already knew Too Mad was going to be arrested regardless. The government was already preparing everything necessary for the prosecution. The criminal investigation had nothing to do with the civil case, and criminal contempt related to violating the civil order. The amount of financial damages Too Mad caused already exceeded 6 figures, and his deliberate malicious actions put me in debt and forced me to live paycheck to paycheck. We couldn't drag this out any longer. Okay. Our decision to proceed with a contempt
I'm
hearing
telling
on a
you,
different
man.
date doesn't nullify everything else. The pending felonies remain separate. Since we chose to proceed with criminal contempt on a different date, we could finally proceed with a civil hearing that day without any additional continuance. The clerk, do you solemnly state that the testimony you may give in the matter now pending before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Two-Man says yes. Would you state your full name? Two-Man swore under oath. You can't just put Medea Sadiq. I don't understand.
Wait, no, the petitioner is the petitioner too, Matt?
Oh no, sorry. The petitioner. He's the respondent. Yeah. My bad.
Right.
The respondent. My first name is Medea Sadiq.
Nah.
He said my first name is Medea Sadiq. Muudea Seddik. Thank you, Mr. Sadiq. My first name is Medea Sadiq. Okay. The victim testified to the court and addressed assaults, including but not limited to coercion via intimidation. In the testimony, mentions of brandishing firearms, violent threats toward herself and witnesses, as well as targeted threats toward her family involving Two-Mad sending obscure packages to her family's home were brought up. Two-Mad's history of swatting was introduced, and the definition of swatting and doxing was provided.
Okay, wait. Two-Mad's history of swatting.
Well, it's swatting, doxing, sending packages to her house. But the problem is, like, this would be such an insane thing to lie about, like to like fabricate a court date taking place in which someone testifies against Two-Mad and says that he was like this evil person. But I don't know that it happened, so that's the problem, right? That's my biggest problem. Like, to be honest with you, I don't even think that Jameski lied. But I don't know that I can agree with him necessarily publicly unless I know this. You know what I mean?
I know exactly what you mean. By the way, did Jameski also mention that Jameski went into debt to finance this, or was it?
He said he went into debt. Yes, Jameski said he went into debt. Was living paycheck to paycheck. Two-Mad did not go into debt.
Do you believe that?
That Jameski went into debt?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Crazy if true.
Yeah, it is.
Because Jameski's not a small fry. Like.
Yeah, let's see his channel. Let's see how he's doing. 2 million subscribers. Doesn't upload very much, I'll say that. Total channel views 500 million. Let's see here. Where did his money go?
Well, I guess into this is the implication, right?
Was it hundreds of thousands of dollars?
That's what I'm unsure about.
I guess the peak of his views was like 4 or 5 years ago when ad rates were lower, but yeah, I don't know. In fairness, if you're posting one 14-minute video a month and you're getting a few 100,000 views, I mean,
probably
right? In the modern age, I could
probably Russia and Ukraine is
he's not
the thing that's most worrisome in your backyard, I would guess. But
okay, fair enough. I think.
Yeah.
Oh man.
That kind of hems you in.
I mean, look. Either
You got
way, like he definitely took on a financial burden.
China in the next continent over.
How did I just stumble across this
Russia to the fucking just to the east of you, and Ukraine is south, and then what? The Middle East is like southwest of you, or southeast, like southeast. Yeah, you got a lot of stuff going on over there.
That's actually.
Luckily, most people tend to leave you Nordic folk alone.
Maybe he says this like 16 times in every video.
Yeah, I don't know. If he does, maybe it's real. That's funny. I just randomly clicked on that clip.
Yeah.
Fish Eggs says the I just took was violating in body and soul. Should I sue for emotional damages? Yeah, you should sue the Taco Bell. You to say that. Paste. Okay. Well, Two-Mad attempted to make the same false claims he made online against the victim in court, which were immediately shut down by the judge. He had to be reminded he was under oath, and afterwards he did not deny any of the claims brought against him. He provided no evidence to the court to refute her claims, despite having months to do so, as he realized the investigation already knew what was happening. The investigation and legal always knew that Two-Mad's evidence that included messages, photos, and audio were fake. There was a stack of paper thicker than a book that would describe how and what kind of artificial evidence he had created, including him creating fake chains of text messages conversations with his victims. Here we have this message from Barack Obama. Is this the fake message? saying, I know I'm the last person you want to hear from right now. That's fine. But I want to say I'm really sorry for how I treated you. I really am. I wasn't on a deck. You didn't deserve it. I just wanted to say that I'm sorry. It was wrong of me to do that to you. It was. Were they messaged by Obama? I don't understand. Is this actually too bad?
No, I'm pretty sure you actually got messaged by Obama.
Yeah, that's what I think.
I know I'm the last person you want to hear from right now.
Why is this the image being used? Like why is this the image being used here?
Great question. Honestly,
like this is the funniest thing you could have possibly put.
Man, I know. I could imagine. On a level, I could imagine that preparing this document was like hell for this guy, because it's like this case is horrendously confusing and all this, but like, why?
Yeah, I
Why
bet,
is this
man.
here, man. Like, it's just like
Sweden is in NATO, though, right?
Was he laughing when he put this in, or was he thinking like, "Oh, this is proof of something"?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know.
Wouldn't it have just been like Too Mad changed his image and his username for like a second? You know what I mean? Like this
on
is,
Instagram. I don't think you can do that if you're verified, but I'm not sure.
Oh yeah. Okay. All right. That might be maybe that's what that means then.
Can we just have this thing saying?
Yeah, that's right.
CUDA face model files extracted to folder ./models/Jameskey model.
Oh, really?
Note, alt account Too Mad made with an unedited.
Welcome to that most distinguished of clubs. Oh, sorry, booty. Oh, somebody's saying hi over on Kick. Oh no.
Tio was never discreet about creating artificial evidence to obfuscate the truth.
6:10 a.m. What's going on? Power Bottom. My favorite and only Kick chatter.
I'm smart like astronaut. And here he is changing his profile picture of the victim's photo. That's real. President Joe Biden in chat says that's a real picture. Thank you, Joe, for confirming. The investigation was fully aware that the evidence Too Mad would showcase on Twitter was always fake. Bro and the Jameskey AI voice I commissioned and will pretend is my Batman earpiece in vlogs. Imagine I'm in Best Buy, put my finger in my ear to call my lawyer because I slept on a laptop carrying case. And Jameskey voice goes, Too Mad, we have potential to litigate here for XYZ. This is getting increasingly schizophrenic and hard.
I think I'm gonna hang on to this skill point.
At this point, the judge asked Too Mad for his defense.
This game is
in
wild.
A statement written by ChatGPT that the judge instantly shot down. Too Mad was caught lying via objection and was reminded he was under oath. After this, he didn't fight the claim, so he wouldn't dig a deeper grave. Counsel, Your Honor, I think we should remind Mr. Sadiq that he is under oath today. The court, I think he's aware of that, counsel. Do you have any comment on the rest of the exhibits that you know, name redacted, attached to a petition? You know, the email, the text message shots, somewhere maybe not the most tasteful comments, sir. The respondent. So Too Mad said, yeah, I don't really have anything to say. He definitely would say that.
Yeah.
Oh my god. The court. All right, is there anything else, Mr. Sadiq, that you want to tell the court? No. And the court says, all right. The court equals judge, respondent equals Too Mad.
That moment when your online idiocy is just like you actually are confronted in reality. It's like, oh.
You're in a real courtroom.
Yeah, it's like, I ain't got nothing to say, bro. Like, I don't know what to tell you.
Too Mad was not harmless. He wanted his victims, including himself, to be dead. During his hearing, Too Mad fully realized the government knew everything for a long time and not just the supporting evidence for the restraining order. For the civil case, the burden of proof had been met, and the order was made permanent to protect the victim from Too Mad's violent retaliation towards his victim for tipping off the authorities. He was going to be arrested by the government completely separate from that civil hearing. You must not do the following things to the protected person. Okay, blah, blah, blah. We know. Too Mad has repeatedly admitted to the essay in public via social media.
Oh, you can buy the...
September 23,
Interesting.
September 2023 Sneeko. Here we have him on my stream.
Okay.
Hey, Too Mad, quick question. When you tried to give...
No, this was later.
It's
just you.
Oh, yeah, this is different. This is different.
Yeah, this was about a week and a half, maybe 2 weeks later.
That's,
on your stream.
Yeah, that's, this...
yeah.
This one, yeah. This.
Yeah.
Easter into finally giving you coochie? That's for 5 from Polbud.
I think so. Yeah, I feel like that's obvious though. Right? Like I don't usually, I've never done that before. But that's kind of why you do drugs. Like I remember when I was like 14, I was like, a girl rejected me and I was like, I should smoke weed.
Man, it's crazy how coherent he sounded that day, and he's just still saying like that.
So to be clear, what he's saying, what someone asked is, did you use drugs to pressure her for sex? He's like, yeah, I mean, definitely.
Yeah, he basically says it as like, obviously, you know what I mean? He's like, yeah, of course, bro. Like, isn't that what everyone does? You know what I mean?
Someone said, "How is that SA, dude?" Okay,
Shit,
if you're intentionally getting someone intoxicated with the purpose of them once their boundaries are broken down, I mean,
yeah, this is
what do y'all
why,
call that?
Yeah, bro. If you spike the jungle juice and you serve it to the lady you're trying to smash, and then you smash, like, that's absolutely not okay.
Here's Two Head saying this is Sneeko apparently he was talking to.
Yeah, I've seen this.
I didn't even know this happened.
I'm not saying you're guilty or not. I haven't looked into your case. I'm gonna look into your case after I'm done with this Bryant case.
I did it. I'd do it again.
You know, bro, but you know you can't, bro. They're gonna use this in court.
I can't. I know they can use it. Yo. I'm sorry. Okay, my bad, dog. You know. Well, I'm paying my lawyer top dollar to explain it to them. That's just humor and funny.
How did it feel to do a photo shoot with Bella Delphine?
I threw off the bed. I was very uncomfortable.
Okay, so I guess the two explanations you could have is either he told the truth and then he lied after saying he was joking, or he lied when he was joking and then after he told the truth. So.
Yeah, I mean, as a general rule, you just can't. It's tough to trust his word, but yeah, I mean, it doesn't bode well for him.
Here he says, "Yes, you refuse to have sex with me."
Wait.
What's up?
Sorry. There's one thing I want to say, just because it might be just semi-interesting, but like,
Yeah.
Two Mad really looked up to Sneeko, bro. There was a point where Two Mad was kind of talking about Sneeko a lot. One sec, and he like viewed him almost like as a bigger brother. It seemed like. Let me just see. Wait up. So. One sec. Yeah, okay, my bad. I just have what I have right now.
Claire in chat says, sometimes when I look at Sneeko's face,
That was funny. Look, I jump up and she looks at me.
That's facts too. Yeah,
Interesting.
No, one sec. I just remember that basically he was like really happy to be on Sneeko's stream. So like when you saw him, he was like so energetic or whatever. There, he was like clearly trying to impress Sneeko, and it just didn't work, and it kind of flopped. But yeah, when Sneeko unfollowed him or whatever, because I think even Sneeko realized like this guy's a self-destructive idiot. Two Mad seemed like he was actually bothered by that, because I think in my mind, Two Mad was like he wanted Sneeko's lifestyle, you know what I mean? Because Sneeko, like, he's canceled and all this, but like he's still, according to people what he posts, like it looks like he still gets women, you know what I mean? He's like still cool or whatever, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
He's not a drug addict, right? And so yeah, I think
Two Mad wanted this like uncancelable responsibility for you.
All right, okay.
Yeah.
And he wanted to play bad, which Sneeko had.
Yeah, exactly. Sneeko, if anything, he was like the Chad version of what Two Mad wanted to be. You know what I mean?
Well, like Hankelmore just sent me
Chad, he's a fucking Chad, baby.
Hankelmore.
Oh, sorry, chat. Yeah, you're good.
He said he'll send a clip. I'm gonna see if I can find this in this transcript, please. Yes. Okay. The recording.
Gardenia fruit, huh?
Here's this clip. We're gonna check this out. He recommended this to me.
Self-destructive thing. It's like, even in the recording with where I was like that girl, it's like you can tell this got his head on straight.
Tom, you there?
Yeah.
I almost my reality just disconnected for a second there. I was like, the way that he. So okay, to give him the to give him the most gracious interpretation, this happened multiple times in our interview, where he would say it's like he would say it as if it's like air quoting, but he would say it so casually that it sounds horrendous, like where it's like, you know what I mean, when he would basically be like, so I'm or whatever, but like he's not clarifying like when I'm allegedly, you know what I mean.
I mean, that could be the case, but it's just like, how many concessions do I need to give this guy that I wouldn't give anyone else, you know?
No, absolutely, bro. I completely know what you're saying. Like, bro, this is horrendous. Like, this is crazy.
It didn't kill you?
Cut out a little bit at the end there.
I'll rewind a bit so we can get the full context.
Yeah.
The two things I could see is like, for some reason, like, I think it was some sort of DoorDash. I DoorDash to myself. And then there was something else. Nothing severe. But it was just like, when did I do that? but yeah, I don't know. I'm the experimental type. It's not like I don't have any reluctance for my safety or.
You cut out a little bit at the end there.
This two-man self-destructive thing. It's like even in the recording where I was like being that girl. It's like you can tell this got his head on straight.
This is actually a really, like, it's a pretty solid game. I'm not gonna lie. So far, I'm pretty impressed with it.
He is sane. Which is weird.
So what I'm thinking is, I'm not sure what he's referring to, right, in this recording. Is he referring to the conversation we're talking about?
I think he's referring to the recording that he sent us. Unless there's another video that he's referencing from the Jamesky thing where Jamesky says he recorded girls without their consent.
Right, but I think that he's talking about the conversation that he sent us. I'm imagining.
Yeah.
Right.
And that's why he's saying you can say saying reprehensible stuff because he was talking to us. This reads to me like almost a confession. I don't know.
Okay, interesting. I'm not interpreting it that way, but like.
How are you interpreting it?
The
only reason, just to clarify, like I'm literally not.
The one thing that was just like really cool about fucking Ghost of Tsushima is everything on that map was like placed with purpose. Like every single like little thing of supplies and shit. Like, and that was currency. Every little piece of currency had been placed there by the developers. It's not just like randomly spawning shit.
You're very right. This one just doesn't read that way, and I guess there's two ways to interpret it. Like, one, he's just not communicating in proper tone because he's zoinked off his Xanax or something.
Yeah.
The other one is like he is confessing, but I just don't know which one to take it as completely. But I will say like, it's just like a lot of people in chat are saying like, man, he always does. He always does the worst job at making himself look good. He always does the best job at saying things the worst way possible. And so at some point, I feel like eventually I have to just be like, well, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah, no, I look. I think you're very sane for interpreting it that way. Let's just be clear.
Keiko Moore said, kind of wished I wasn't so blown away and shocked by that at the time and asked him more about it.
I don't blame you, bro. I mean, me and Tom understand the way that like Too Mad can just blow your mind with how the weird dumb he would say. Okay, look, can we listen to a little bit more?
Look at Keiko Moore's face in the corner, just like in disbelief.
Cocaine is more like where you die, I think, right?
What do you mean?
What a segue.
Like, cocaine has never been like a interesting. I mean, it's been interesting. It's just like I could probably go and get it, but it's like a powder.
Yeah.
So I'd in this.
Also, this game looks good. I'm gonna be comparing this to Ghost of Tsushima for like the entire time I play it. This game looks good.
I mean,
but fucking Ghost of Tsushima was absolutely a marvel. It wasn't just marvelous, it was itself a fucking marvel.
At some point, it's like he's an unreliable narrator, but also like if he just says he did it, like if he says if he shows us the video he showed us on stream, if he says I definitely got her high for the purpose of trying to fuck her more easily. If in this one he says, oh, the video where I was that girl, like if it's like 10 things, like I just don't know.
No, bro, I know exactly what you're saying. Like and look,
it could be a joke. It could be. Like I'm not saying that's impossible, but like I don't know. Like when I hear that, it's just like.
Yeah, bro. I mean, trust me, you're not alone, man. Like, bro. The guy is defensible borderline. Like it's extremely like because it's like to defend him you would need to give him the absolute most charitable human possible, and he kind of does. It seems like he kind of does not even give any effort to let people interpret his.
Yep, I think I stumbled into an area I needn't to be.
A lot of new info. Have you listened to that? I haven't checked that out.
I did. Yeah.
Did it have new info or?
Yeah, some stuff, like behind-the-scenes stuff, they were kind of revealing. To me, it was nothing too crazy, but it was basically like Nerd, Colossal, all of them just pretty much agreeing, like, Too Mad was a narcissist, he was, a detriment to pretty much everyone he interacted with. Colossal, you might be aware of this, but like Colossal and Nerd were trying to help Too Mad like formulate his response video. You know what I mean? Because that was his big. Yeah, that was his big request, right? So Too Mad joined. He started a group chat with like a bunch of, I guess you could say famous.
Weren't you
YouTubers,
in there? I was in there for a bit. Weren't you in there?
I wasn't, but I was made aware. Let's just say that much. You know what I mean? Like, I was not in it though. But
J-Reg was in there, which was funny. Of all people.
Yeah, J-Reg was telling me about it. Yeah, but basically he was in this. He started this group chat, and the whole intention, it was so odd, but the whole intention was to convince these massive YouTubers all together to publicly defend him, right? To make videos in support of him, to help him formulate his case, to help him pay for his lawsuit, right? Would you still call it a lawsuit? And so basically Nerd and Colossal, they were just saying in the podcast, like, they started trying to like help him out and, you know, like give him some coherence, gave him the benefit of the doubt. But then every time that they would reach out to Too Mad and like ask him like what was going on here exactly, Too Mad would just say the most response possible. And it got to the point where Nerd and Colossal were just like, bro, we can't in good conscience even try and help you here. You know what I mean?
Sorry, doggy.
Like, I'm pretty sure that the second Nerd and Colossal figured out that Too Mad was very unapologetic, number one, but also owned the fact and like just
suck it
in admitting that he stalked the woman, right? Like that he stalked and harassed her, right? Right away, like Nerd and Colossal were just like, "What the, dude? Like, what? Like, you know what I mean?" Because in Too Mad's mind, it's just like all I need to clear my name on is the right. It's like just but like to Nerd and Colossal, it's like Too Mad is like almost gleefully saying like, yeah, I mean, yeah, I stalked her and harassed her, but I didn't rape her, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so it's like, do you really want to defend that guy? You know what I mean? Do you really want to stake your time first of all, but like also your reputation? And so basically, to be honest, I was surprised listening to the podcast because they are kind of, I guess you could say, disparaging Too Mad or whatever. The majority of it. They have a small segment saying some good things about him, about how he was very funny and like an interesting guy 3 years ago. But basically, they just said like this guy was a malignant narcissist and was abusing drugs. So yeah, that's pretty much it. Just more depressing.
Here he says, yes, you refused to have sex with me for months, and I touched her inappropriately and demanded sex. Yes, I did those things. It's not criminal coercion law. I'm not her boss or a coworker or teacher. If you're just a guy, then you can be like SMD or get the fuck out. So they don't imprison you for that as normal. I only rapped her once. Deleted. Dude, I was well aware of the consequences in private for years. Okay. This is the last effort I'm going to make for you, dude. You assaulted somebody, I covered for you and wrote your apology in exchange for you saying you'll get therapy.
Yeah.
And then you flat out told me that was a lie after she forgave you. You're displaying insane mental illness and you need to seek psychotherapy. I can't make this any clearer to you. If this goes any further, it's going to ruin your whole life. Nope, this is the message in the screenshot to the person to the left sent to Too Mad from Too Mad's best friend at the time, January 25th, 2022.
Yeah, so that's the guy that is apparently, you know, Too Mad was calling a pedophile.
Right?
Yeah, whatever. And so I'm pretty confident that that was also one of the guys that, you know, was there, that showed up when Goldie Bell apparently evacuated, right? We saw that picture that we'd never seen before. If you get what I'm saying. And so this guy basically went from Too Mad's friend to, you know, witnessing that and like the fallout of that to being like, bro, like what the and he was the guy again that like wrote out the apology for Too Mad to say, obviously, as like he's saying there. And so it's funny because this is actually like obviously I don't know anything about the pedophilia, but this just does seem like a guy that's just being honest with him as like a friend. Like, bro, you're being a twacked weirdo. Like,
TBG,
you know
by the way,
mean?
if you want to call in, can you just put your Discord ID in chat and we can have a little chat. You know what I mean?
Oh, Furple World. Yeah, that's okay. That is weird.
Purple World didn't message me though.
No, I know. Yeah, it's so weird that it's Honeybee. Yeah, that's why I was confused when you said. Okay, sorry. Anyway, yeah, Furple World is a guy that I would love to talk to because he actually was apparently talking to Too Mad and like friendly with Too Mad toward the end, right?
Yes. How about I just all of you for ever making me feel threatened for my career. If these people want their stories private, the thing is like I don't know how serious it is given the limited evidence. I don't know how real the allegations are, so I don't know if I should have this person reveal these people's identities live. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I feel that. Yeah, so okay, basically, like they just sent me the username of the friend of Too Mad, right? Just for me to us or me or whatever to reach out to him after the stream. You know what I mean? I don't know, whatever. We'll see later.
We'll talk to them later. I've been protecting victims of online predators for a very long time. We successfully brought consequences for every single one of them so far because it was handled accordingly. All right. Unfortunately, this instance was publicized in a very misleading way by Too Mad and his fans on purpose. It's difficult to follow because the law is complicated and it wasn't just limited to California. It involved multiple countries, states, and jurisdictions. This is not the court of public opinion. This is a real legal criminal matter. There were real victims and it made addressing a lot of stuff to the public complicated. It's important to cover that as public knowledge that Too Mad had repeatedly expressed predatory behavior towards children, and the full severity of it can't be addressed for obvious reasons to protect the vulnerable. I've seen these DMs before, I think, but I interpreted them as jokes, basically, because they were, I think, technically sent to adults. Oh, you're in LA. Let me essay you with a minor. Can you moan like a little girl for me on mic?
Yeah, but bro, who's that funny to? Too Mad?
Not on this criminal record, so please do not speculate.
Sorry you're dead, but am I?
So I guess they're basically saying that Misty girl is not the one people are talking about.
Okay.
Good night, Brandon. Brandon, can you send me screenshots of the flight you got on DM? Putting everything together required immense work from many departments in numerous jurisdictions. It would only take one department or officer to mess something up, thus slowing down the entire process. Simplified illustrations. Police. Doesn't go to the court. We have everything we need, but we just need Gray to confirm the number to make sure there's no duplicate. To give you an example of one particular instance, the criminal case of a series of assaults was slowed down by over half a year because a specific police department forgot to forward one case number to a different department, which needed it to pass the complete case to the DA. That police department in question would never return calls. It wouldn't be able to cooperate with other departments in various jurisdictions either, should the DA unable to proceed with anything else until they got that one case number. They just need to confirm the existence of that case number, which wasn't appearing in their system. Once again, a police department that was supposed to give it to them forgot to do so or was simply lazy. There was also an instance where the detective wouldn't click on the correct link that had necessary information that needed to be forwarded to DA, thus stalling out one of the criminal cases for another 2 months until they were questioned if they did everything right. I understand that many people who pay close attention to the situation may have realized it, but I figure they'll say it directly. I did not celebrate his death. I feel relieved knowing that he didn't end up taking the lives of innocent people, but this wasn't the proper closure. It's quite the opposite. It was primarily known behind the scenes and not publicly, but we saved his life multiple times, and we actually managed to prevent a tragedy on numerous occasions. But unfortunately, the very last time we were too late. It goes without saying that LAPD was fully aware of Too Mad's situation and didn't do enough of what was in their power. Too Mad did not become an evil person just because of drugs, and the amount of damage he's done to his victims, both physically and mentally, cannot be undone. The drugs made things worse, but they're not the main cause of the problem. He's done a lot of terrible things way before he got reckless with hard drugs. The drugs only made him more reckless and fearless, so please don't use drugs as a blanket excuse for all of his actions, but acknowledge the issue as is. Please do not be mad at those expressing genuine thoughts on the matter. A lot of his real-life ex-friends tried to help him or cared about his well-being. However, recognize when someone is actually just milking the situation and purposefully misportraying the whole story to gain something out of it. I don't know how Too Mad managed to maliciously condition his fans to unquestioningly believe everything he says, even if the facts are right before them, but it's always been the same exact pattern, except now the implications are much more severe than ever. Too Mad wasn't just being edgy. He repeatedly hurt people physically and weaponized fans' ignorance to save himself from consequences. He purposely hurt his victims to gain something out of it and then hurt them further to suppress them. The biggest reason many of the situations weren't brought to the public at the time was because it was a severe and complicated matter that put people's lives at risk. It wasn't some petty drama, and Too Mad being awful was never a secret. We've been working with police for a long time now, and everything the public needs to know in the eyes of the law has been publicly available. It takes little to no time to research, and anyone can look up keywords on Too Mad's Twitter or watch his live streams to see what's going on as he was being read as an open book. It was not a character.
That's facts. That's facts, bro. Yeah, he was not playing a character at all, man.
Yeah, he was a person, but the problem here is, like, I honestly think Jameski thinks this, and I don't know that he's lying, but I don't have evidence of it either.
Right, yeah, like, specifically, obviously, like, okay, we're pretty much accepting now, like, he's not providing proof for. He's still kind of claiming it's a thing, right? But
he's saying because the victims don't want their identities public, he can't release it.
Yeah. Right, yeah.
But I don't know Jameski, so am I to trust that?
Yeah. The LAPD thing as well, I don't know, like, he's giving us, diagrams, but he's not really showing us any, I guess, proof of that, whatever. I believe him, to be honest. I believe him. Like, why would he even include that if it wasn't true? Like, it wasn't even that useful information or whatever. But, what I'm more interested in is gaining context into the scenarios where he claims that he saved Too Mad's life, right, or prevented tragedy, right? Like, what is the context of that, right?
Yeah, they're saying he's saying he prevented a mass shooting like 4 times, basically, right?
Right, but he's also saying that he intervened to save Too Mad's life in the past, which is confusing to me because it's like, what does that mean? You just called the cops on him and then they went to do a wellness check? Like, what is that?
I highly respect people who have done their independent research, acknowledged the situation without dragging the victims' names into it, and called out certain people for trying to sway public opinion by purposely omitting facts or making up to make fabricated buzz news at the expense of Too Mad and his victims. This is the Henry Resilient thing.
Okay.
Those are real victims with real lives and families that some of those clowns are dragging through dirt. I'm concerned that most people are now conditioned to think everything is just online drama. In reality, some situations are incredibly dire and must be handled accordingly. Lastly, I respect people who realize they may have accidentally misrepresented facts and acknowledge they are wrong. It doesn't matter if it's small details or massive facts, this is a proper way to think and respond. Anything related to Too Mad, past, present, and future will be limited to this Google Doc, as I don't believe that my channel is the right place for this kind of stuff. I kindly ask people to respect that and leave the victims alone. Don't bring up any names or photos and don't speculate about their identities. Be responsible. Thank you.
Okay. So, I mean,
to be honest, I kind of believe him, but I just don't know. I don't know. You know, that's the thing.
I completely, to be honest, I completely believe him. Yeah. Like, look, here's the big thing. Like, at the very least, I believe that he believes himself. Like, because again, he did weirdly go out of his way, and in theory, do like the heroic thing, right? By like funding Isabella's or Goldie Bell's lawsuit, right? So it's like, yeah, I mean, you could obviously say like, oh, he has the resentment from like a past drama, but in reality, he probably just actually thought that Too Mad was, dangerous, right? And he was like trying to do the right thing or whatever. But yeah, man, Jamesky, I mean, yeah, this document obviously like pretty underwhelming because it's like, okay, the big that people are like calling you out for, you're not actually giving us any real, like anything really substantive, You're basically just saying, trust me, bro, and I want to trust him, but like, yeah, okay, if we're gonna literally label Too Mad a file,
I believe that Jamesky genuinely believes that.
Yeah. Here's the thing. I don't like. I'm kind of against actually like hardcore on Jamesky. You know what I mean? Because it's like clearly this guy, like he's suffered for this, like in a real way. Even if it's a lot of it might have been his imagination, which honestly I wouldn't say. Like a lot of this does seem like like Too Mad. Yeah, let's be honest. Like if Too Mad did go to TwitchCon, right? Like obviously he would be f***ing with people, right? Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. What's your vibe?
I think that what this doc did, definitively for me, especially at the beginning with the clips we saw with Too Mad expressing somewhat murderous intent and saying he doesn't know if he's saying he doesn't saying he doesn't know if he can trust his own intentions and he might go McSkillet mode. That showed me that Too Mad is it confirmed to me that he was an unhinged, schizophrenic, drug addict, narcissist. That is true. Is Too Mad a pedophile? I have no evidence to suggest that. I understand that if Jamesky is telling the truth, that he doesn't want to reveal the victims' identities to protect them. But at the same time, for me to believe that he's a pedophile, I need dead to rights proof, and I'm not going to believe that until I get it. I think Jamesky, at the very least, thinks he's telling the truth. I think he thinks he's being truthful. I just need more. That's my thing, really.
Yeah.
I need more to know that he is definitely that. So,
yeah.
Like, am I going to defend Too Mad? Maybe against the pedophilia accusation until I see that definitively. Yes, I would say that. beyond that, I would not defend Too Mad because he was a bad person. So yeah.
Yeah, I
If someone says there's a way for evidence without revealing names, yes, I would absolutely agree, and that is what I would like to see. But it seems like he's never going to reveal that, so like anything past this point is up to public interpretation, honestly. Yeah, and I think the people who want to defend Too Mad are going to heavily use this to defend him. Heavily. Which I wouldn't want to defend him. Someone says he's definitely lying. I don't know that. I just don't know that, to be honest. I honestly don't think Jamesky thinks that he's lying. I don't think that. But I also don't know that he's telling the truth is the problem for me, right?
Right. Yeah. I mean, look, whatever, you know. Why would Jamesky lie? Why would Jamesky lie? Like, let's think more about that. Like, why would he, just to basically like make Too Mad, you know, his memory and everything disgraced and like completely.
The thing is, like, he has to know that based on this document, people are gonna call him a liar and a piece of shit, right? He has to know that.
I think so, but I'm not sure.
Which is not to his benefit.
It's tough for me because, bro, you and I, like, honestly, being a commentator who, you know, tries to take this seriously when we're technically actual amateurs, but we try, right? So we actually do kind of view things in a more lawyeristic way, or like a more critical way.
Lawyeristic?
Like the vast majority of
Is that like
so it is hard for me
a change up on voyeuristic?
Myself in another person's shoes, because yeah, bro, of course I would have done this document completely differently. I would have put as many receipts as humanly possible for everything. You know what I mean?
But his intention for not almost makes sense, even though I definitely think he should have it in here.
Yeah. I just sent you a part of the initial statement that Isabella made, okay, about Too Mad.
Yeah.
And this is, I think, of value because this is Isabella saying, if you look in the second, read the second paragraph if you can, that I just sent.
I actually have this in my script for Too Mad. I met respondent online in October 2021, shortly after I turned 18 years old. This is from the public civil case we have, by the way, guys, just to clarify, like, yeah. This is accessible to anyone. Respondent is a famous YouTube video creator with millions of subs and hundreds of thousands of followers on Twitter and other social media. On or around November 21st, 2021, Respondent invited me over to his house to spend time together. When I arrived at his door, he immediately asked me for my ID to verify that I was 18 years old. He then asked me to give my phone, which I did. He then deleted our prior text message conversations, my phone, and told me to leave. I felt very uncomfortable and left after 10 minutes. In December 2021, he manipulated me into coming back to his house to visit. He assured me he would not make any advances towards me, and he simply wanted to apologize to me. He gave me marijuana, and I became intoxicated. As we were watching a YouTube video together, he demanded that I give him oral. I was in shock and refused him over and over again. At that point, he placed himself between me and the door and began to get enraged. I knew he had guns in the house and was not going to let me leave because I was scared of what he would do to me if I continued to refuse his advances. I performed oral on him against my will. I was too intoxicated to drive home. His manipulation continued over the next several weeks, and he exerted control over me. I repeatedly told him I was not consenting. In an attempt to lure me back to his house, he sent me a photograph of a...
Yeah, so sorry. The main thing that I wanted to highlight there...
Nick said, do you remember when Jamesky made a Twitlonger when Too Mad refused to go bowling? I do remember that. That was
Alright, I gotta pee pretty fucking bad. I'll be right back.
Yeah, but this is... No, exactly. So that's the thing. Like, I do think Jamesky's kind of a schizo. And like I was saying, I think he's like... They're like the most polar opposite, horrendous combination where it's like Jamesky takes everything way too seriously and then Too Mad nothing. But the thing that I want to point out here is like, okay, when... Like Isabella herself was saying that Too Mad checked her ID to make sure she was 18.
Alright, this too mad shit's not cute anymore, bro.
It wasn't a bloody vaccine. No, it wasn't.
Yes, it was.
No, it isn't.
Yes, it is.
It's
What,
not.
because it have a 100% success rate? You think it's a definition of vaccine? The whole point of the vaccine is to give your body a protein
It's
to
not
train
the
on so that your
same
immune system works.
technology.
Who cares if it's not the same? There's
They
different
used
types
the word
of...
vaccine so that they didn't have to contend with the fact that it wasn't the same technology.
There are different types of vaccines
There certainly are.
that are
And
different technologies.
Fine.
The mRNA vaccines is a type
This
of
used
vaccine
to be
technology.
vaccines. Now this is vaccines.
No, it was like this and now it's like this.
No. It was like this and now it's like this. The goddamn vaccines.
Like the ones that they did do for the vaccines and they continue to do to this day. Yes, that is correct.
Yeah.
Yes.
You really
correct.
think that you're in a position to evaluate the scientific credibility of the trials for the vaccines, do you?
No,
Really?
I don't. So I have to trust.
Then what are you
I
doing?
have to do.
I don't trust
I
them.
have
I
to
looked
trust
at the bloody data.
First of all.
How would you characterize the difference, in your opinion, between the left and the conservative political viewpoints? Hello, everyone. I'm pleased to announce my new tour for 2024. Beginning in early February and running through June, Tammy
I
and
almost
and an
wish I
assortment
could
of
just go
special
ahead and
guests
watch
are
the
gonna visit
Destiny
51
video,
cities in the US.
but
You can find out more
Jordan
information about
Peterson's
this
getting
on
my
my
view.
website, jordanbpeterson.com, as well as accessing all relevant ticketing information. I'm going to use the tour to walk through some of the ideas I've been working on in my forthcoming book, out November 2024, We Who Wrestle with God. I'm looking forward to this. I'm thrilled to be able to do it again, and I'll be pleased to see all of you again soon. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
When you look at like the fall of the Soviet Union, or you look at the failure of like socialist or communist regimes, I don't know if the issue there was so much redistribution.
That was one of many issues.
I don't think it was an issue at all, actually.
What do you mean redistribution wasn't an issue? What the hell do you think they did to the kulaks?
If you believe climate models, or if you believe that we're heading in a certain direction.
I don't believe any of those presumptions.
People keep saying that, but we just got another one of the hottest years on record.
That's a classic leftist argument.
Why wouldn't Putin, why wouldn't Xi Jinping, why wouldn't anybody else in the world call this out? It was as horrible as it was.
There are plenty of people attempting to call
Nobody
out that.
credible.
You really think that you're in a position to evaluate the scientific credibility of the trials for the vaccines, do you? Hello, everyone. I'm here today talking to Stephen Bunnell, known professionally and online as Destiny. He's an American streamer, debater, and political commentator. He really came to my attention, I would say, as a consequence of the discussion he had with Ben Shapiro and Lex Friedman, and I decided to talk to him, not least because it's not that easy to bring people who are identified, at least to some degree, with the political beliefs on the left into a studio where I can actually have a conversation with them. I've tried that more often than you might think, and it happens now and then, but not very often. So today we talk a lot about, well, the differences between the left and the right, and the dangers of political ideology per se, and the use of power as opposed to invitation, and all sorts of other often heated and contentious issues. And so you're welcome to join us, and I was happy to have the opportunity to do this. So I guess we might as well start by letting the people who don't know who you are get to know who you are with a little bit more precision. So why have you become known, and how has that developed?
It's a pretty broad question. I think I started streaming around 15 years ago, when it wasn't really a thing yet. There were a few people that did it. I started early on. I was well, I guess back then you weren't a professional gamer yet because the game had just started to come out, but there was a game called StarCraft 2, and I streamed myself playing that game. I was a pretty good player. It was pretty entertaining to watch, and then I kind of grew over, I guess maybe the next 7 years, just streaming that people would watch.
Streaming on YouTube?
Well, back then, I started on a website called Livestream, then I switched to Ustream, then I switched to a site called Justin TV, and then that turned into Twitch.tv. So after streaming there for like 7 or 8 years, I was a semi-professional StarCraft 2 gamer. That game kind of came and went, but I had a lot of other interests. Around 2016, I started to get more involved into the world of politics. It's kind of a left-leaning figure because of my background in like esports and internet gaming and internet trash talk. I had more of a kind of like a combative attitude, and that was kind of rare for left-leaning people at the time. So it's basically where my early political popularity came from. I think from like 2016 to 2018 was debating right-wing people.
So was there a game-like element to the debating, do you think? And is that part of why that morphing made sense?
No, I wouldn't say so. I mean, if you get really reductionist, everything in life is kind of a game, but that's not very satisfying. I think I grew up like very argumentative. My mom is from Cuba, so my family was like very conservative, and then I grew up like listening to the news all day, listening to my mom's political opinions all day, and then I argued with kids in high school and everything, and I've always been kind of like an argumentative, type A, aggressive personality. So I think that probably lent itself well to the political stuff in 2016, yeah.
Was that useful in gaming? That personality?
In some ways, yeah. In some ways, no. I don't know directly for the games itself. I don't know how much it necessarily mattered. But for all the peripheral stuff, in some ways it was really beneficial. I could kind of like cut out my own path, and I could be very unique, and I could kind of be on my own. In some ways it was very detrimental. I can be very difficult to get along with, and I'm very much kind of like, I want to do this thing, and if you try to tell me what to do, I don't want to have like a sponsor or a team or anybody kind of with a leash on me. So yeah, I guess it worked out in the end.
It's interesting because the temperamental proclivity that you're describing, that's associated with low agreeableness. And generally, well, and that's more combative, it's more stubborn, it's more implacable, it's more competitive. The downside is that it's more skeptical, it can be more cynical, it can be less cooperative. But generally, a temperament like that is not associated with political belief on the left, because the leftists tend to be characterized by higher levels of compassion, and that's low agreeableness. So, that element of your temperament at least is quite masculine, and a lot of the ideology that characterizes the modern left has a much more temperamentally feminine nature. So all right, so why do you think the shift from your popularity to political commentary worked? And you said that started about 2016, and why do you think that shift happened for you, like in terms of your interest?
I think I've always been interested in a lot of things. Like, I grew up with a very strong political bend. It was conservative until I got into my streaming years, probably 5 or 6 years into streaming. I slowly kind of started to shift to the left. I would say that, I guess in around 2016, when I saw all of the conversations going on with the election and when all the issues being talked about, I felt like the conversations were very low quality. And in my naivety, I thought that maybe I could come in and boost the quality, at least in like my little corner of the internet, to have better conversations about what was going on. And so that was basically my injection point into all of that was, fighting about those political issues and then arguing with people about them, doing research and reading and all of that, yeah.
And so did you do that by video to begin with as well?
Yeah, it was all streaming, yeah.
It was all streaming. And so I presume you built an audience among the people who were following you as a gamer first, and then that started to expand. Is that correct?
Basically, yeah. Without getting too much into like the business or streaming side of things, basically, actually, this probably carries over to basically to all media, I would imagine, is you've got people that will watch you for special events. So maybe you're like a commentator of the Super Bowl, or maybe you're hosting like a really huge event. Then you've got people who will watch you every time you're participating in your area of expertise. So for me, that's like a particular game I might be playing. It might be when you're on like a particular show or something that people watch you for. And then the fundamental fan, like the best fan that you're converting to the lowest and most loyal viewer, I guess, is somebody that's watching you basically no matter what you're doing. And these are the people that'll follow you from area to area.
Right.
And I think because of the way I did gaming and I talked about a lot of other stuff, whether it was politics, science, current events, whatever, I had a lot of loyal fans that kind of followed me wherever I went. So quite a few of them stuck in Star Trek.
So you established a reputation.
Yeah.
So how would you characterize your reach now? How would you quantify it?
I think can you be more precise?
How many people are watching a typical video that you might produce, and what are you doing for subscribers, say on YouTube, and total? Any idea about total reach?
Yeah, well, I mean, I guess my subscribers on YouTube, I have around, I think that's around 770,000 on my main channel. I think I probably do between all three channels, I think around 15 to 20 million views a month. And then I live stream to anywhere from 5 to 15,000 concurrent viewers a day for hopefully around 8 hours a day. Yeah.
Okay. So you have quite a substantial reach. And so you said that initially you were more conservative leaning, but that changed. What did it mean that you were more conservative leaning, and how and why did that change?
When I said I was conservative leaning, I mean I was writing articles for my school newspaper defending George Bush in the Iraq War. I was like very much like I think it's like an insult now when people say like neocon, but I was like very much like a conservative, a Bush era conservative. So supported big business, supported traditional, all of the conservative, I guess, like foreign policy, hawkish foreign policy, for whatever that meant as like a 14, 15-year-old.
Right.
There was the whole Elian Gonzalez incident that was very big for Cuban Americans, where there was a Cuban boy that tried to come to the United States with several other people and his mother, and their raft, I guess, crashed or something happened. I think his mom died and some other people died, and there was a huge debate on whether or not to send him back to Cuba, and Clinton ended up sending him back to Cuba, and I know that my mom was super irritated and all that, to say the least. And then once I hit college, I think I supported Ron Paul in 2008. So I was a big Ron Paul libertarian guy in high school. When I went to a Catholic Jesuit high school, and I kind of became atheist in that process. I started reading Ayn Rand. So I was very, 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 very conservative.
But on the libertarian end, it sounds
I would say so. Yeah. Initially on the
that makes more sense in relationship to your temperament.
Sure, maybe. Yeah. Initially, it was like Christian conservative, and then it became like libertarian conservative. Without my life kind of took like a wacky path, and then as I started working, I kind of had to drop out of school. I was working, and then I got into streaming. And once I started streaming, I had a son basically around the first year I started streaming. As I started to go through life, and I went from kind of being in this like working poor position to making a lot of money, especially through the lens of my child, I saw how different life was when I had more money versus less. And I guess like the differences between what was available to me and then my child as I made more money while I was really wealthy versus not as wealthy, it kind of started to change the way that I guess.
So you got more attuned to the consequences of inequality?
Basically, I would say, yeah.
Okay, and so how did that lead you to develop more sympathy for left-leaning ideas, particularly?
I guess my core beliefs have never really changed, but I think the way that those become applied kind of change. So much the same way that you might think that everybody deserves a shot to go to school and have an education. That might be like a core belief where as a libertarian or conservative, I might think that as long as a school is available, everybody's got the opportunity to go and study. But maybe now as like a liberal or progressive or whatever you'd call me, I might say, okay, well, we need to make sure that there's enough, maybe like food in the household or some kind of funding program to make sure the kids can actually go to school and study, basically. So like the core drive is the same, but I think the applied principle ends up changing a bit based on what you think people's
so
individual
is your
sense are.
concern essentially something like the observation that if people are bereft enough of substance, let's say, that it's difficult for them to take advantage of equal opportunities even if they are presented to them, let's say?
Yeah, essentially, yeah.
And you have some belief, and correct me if I'm wrong, you have some belief that there is room for state intervention at the level of basic provision to make those opportunities more manifest.
Yeah, to varying degrees, yeah.
Okay. So let's start talking more broadly then on the political side. So how would you characterize the difference, in your opinion, between the left and the conservative political viewpoints?
On a very, very, very broad level, I would say if there's some like good world that we're all aiming for, I think people on the left seem to think that a collection of taxes from a large population that goes into a government that's able to precisely kind of dole out where that tax money goes. You're basically able to take the problems of society. You're able to scrape off, hopefully, not super significant amount of money from people that can afford to give a lot of money, and then through government programs and redistribution, you target those taxes essentially to people that kind of need whatever bare minimum to take advantage of opportunities in society. Yeah.
Okay.
And then on the conservative end, I guess a conservative would generally think that why would the government take my money? I think from a community point of view, through churches, through community action, through families, we can better allocate our own dollars to our own friends and family to help them and give them the things that they need so that they can better participate in and thrive in society, basically.
Okay, so one of the things that I've always found a mystery, I mean, I think there's an equal mystery on the left and on the right in this regard, is that the more conservative types tend to be very skeptical of big government, and the leftist types tend to be more skeptical of big corporations. Right? Well, so following through the logic that you just laid out, you made the suggestion that one of the things that characterizes people on the left is the belief that government can act as an agent of can and should act as an agent of distribution. Okay, a potential problem for that is the gigantism of the government that does that. Now, the conservatives are skeptical of that gigantism, and likewise, the liberals, the progressives in particular, we'll call them progressives, are skeptical of the reach of gigantic corporations. And I've always seen a commonality in those two in that both of them are skeptical of gigantism. And so one of the things that I'm concerned about, generally speaking, with regard to the potential for the rise of tyranny is the emergence of giants. And one potential problem with the view that the government can and should act as an agent of redistribution is that there is an incentive put in place, two kinds of incentives. Number one, a major league incentive towards gigantism and tyranny. And number two, an incentive for psychopaths who use compassion to justify their grip on power, to take money and to claim that they're doing good. And I see that happening everywhere now particularly in the name of compassion. And it's one of the things that's made me very skeptical, in particular about the left, and at least about the progressive edge of the left. So I'm curious about what you think about those two. First of all, it's a paradox to me that the conservatives and the leftists face off each other with regard to their concern about different forms of gigantism, and don't seem to notice that the thing that unites them is some antipathy. This is especially true for the libertarians, some antipathy towards gigantic structures per se. And so then I would say, with regards to your antithesis between liberalism and conservatives, the conservatives are pointing to the fact that there are intermediary forms of distribution that can be utilized to solve the social problems that you're describing that don't bring with them the associated problem of gigantism. And like it's been shocking to me to watch the left, especially in the last 6 years, ally itself, for example, with pharmaceutical companies, which was something I'd never thought I would see in my lifetime. I mean, for decades, the only gigantic corporations the left was more skeptical of than the fossil fuel companies were the pharmaceutical companies. And that all seemed to vanish overnight around the COVID time. So I know the story. That's a lot of things to throw at you, but it sort of outlines the territory that we could probably investigate productively.
Yeah, so a couple things. I would say that the current political landscape we have, I think, is less. I understand the concept of conservatives supporting corporations and liberals supporting like large government. I think today the divide we're starting to see more and more is more of like a populist, anti-populist rise, or even like an institutional or anti-institutional rise. So for instance, I think conservatives today in the United States are largely characterized with, I would say, with populism. In that they're supporting like certain figures, namely right now Donald Trump, who they think alone can kind of like lead them against the corrupt institutions, be them corporate or government. I feel like most conservatives today are not as trustful of big corporations as they were back in like the Bush era, where we would, conservatives would champion, big corporations.
Yeah, I think that's right.
Yeah.
That's a strange thing because it makes the modern conservatives a lot more like the 60s leftists.
Potentially, yeah.
I mean, that brings us into the issue, too, of whether the left-right divide is actually a reasonable way of construing the current political landscape at all. And I'm not sure it is, but
Right now, it kind of is, but only because so many conservatives are following Trump. So, like, your populist, anti-populist thing kind of maps on kind of cleanly to the left and right. It doesn't work with progressives, though, or the far left, because they're also anti-large everything. So, in a surprising way, on very, very far left people, you might find them having a bit more in common with kind of like a MAGA Trump supporter. Than like a center-left liberal. So for instance, like both of these groups of people on the very far left will be very dovish on foreign policy, probably a little bit more isolationist. They're not a big fan of like a ton of immigration or a ton of trade with other countries. They might think that there's a lot of institutional capture of both government and corporations. So both all of the MAGA supporters and the far, far left might think that corporations don't have our best interest at heart and the government is corrupt and captured by lobbyists. You'll see a lot of overlap there.
Right.
I think that sometimes there's a couple things. One, is just something I feel like I've discovered. People have no principles. I think that people are largely guided by whatever is kind of satisfying them or making them feel good at the time. I think it's a really important thing to understand because people's beliefs will seem to change at random. If you're trying to imagine that a belief is coming from some underlying principle or is governed by some internal, like moral or reasonable code or whatever. I think generally there are large social groups and people kind of follow them along from thing to thing, which is why you end up in strange worlds sometimes where, like the position on vaccines and being an anti-vaxxer might have been seen as something, 10 years ago as kind of like a hippie leftist, and now maybe it's more like a conservative or it's associated more with like MAGA Trump supporters or whatever. I think as a result of how the social groups move around. When it comes to you mentioned this like gigantism thing. That's another thing where I'm not sure if people actually care about gigantism or if they're using it as a proxy for other things that they don't like. Like I could totally imagine
Well, I care about it.
Sure, yeah, you might. Yeah, sorry. It just
That's
in
okay.
general,
That's
yeah.
okay.
Because like I could imagine somebody saying that like they don't trust like a large government, they think there's too much, prone to tyranny or something like that, but also be supportive of an institution like the Catholic Church, which is literally, one guy who has a direct line to God.
But they can't tax.
Well, I mean, there's...
And they don't have a military. They can't conscript you.
True,
right?
Yeah.
And they can't throw you in jail.
That is true, yeah. I mean...
Well, those are major and significant. I mean, I get the overlap. Don't get me wrong.
Sure. But I'm saying, like, even if you had a local government, if you had a state government or a tribe, usually they've got some form of enacting punishment. It'll be sometimes more brutal, but they can throw you in jail. Conscription hasn't existed in the U.S. since the Vietnam War.
Yet.
I mean, yeah. True, yeah.
Yeah, true.
So yeah, I think that I guess when I look at
let's go back. Well, let's go back to the redistribution issue. I mean, we pay 65% of our income at, say, upper middle class to upper middle class level in Canada. It isn't obvious to me at all that money is well used. In fact, quite the contrary. In my country now, our citizens make 60% they produce 60% of what you produce in the U.S. That's plummeted over the last 20 years as state intervention has increased. I'm not convinced that the claim that the interests of people who lack opportunity are best served by state intervention. And there's a couple of reasons for that. I mean, first of all, I'm aware of the relationship between inequality and social problem. There's a very well-developed literature on that, and it essentially shows that the more arbitrary, the broader the reach of inequality in a political institution of any given size, the more social unrest. So where all people are poor, there isn't much social unrest, and where all people are rich, there isn't much social unrest. But when there's a big gap between the two, there's plenty, and that's mostly driven by disaffected young men who aren't very happy that they can't climb the hierarchy. There are barriers in their way. And so there is reason to ameliorate relative poverty. The problem with that, to some degree, is that most attempts to ameliorate relative poverty tend to increase absolute poverty, and they do it dramatically. And the only solution that we've ever been able to develop to that is something approximating a free market system. I wouldn't call it a capitalist system because I think that's capture of the terminology by the radical leftists. It's a free exchange system, and the price you pay for a free exchange system is you still have inequality, but the advantage you gain is that the absolute levels of privation plummet. And I think the data on that they're absolutely conclusive, and that's been especially demonstrated in the radical decrease in rates of poverty since the collapse of the Soviet Union in 1989. because we've lifted more people out of poverty in the last 4 decades than we had in the entire course of human history up to that date. And that's not least because the statist interventionist types who argued for a radical state-sponsored redistribution lost the Cold War, right? And that freed up Africa to some degree, and certainly the Southeast Asian countries, to pursue something like a free trade economy. And that instantly made them rich, even China. So that's an argument, let's say, on the side of free exchange, but it's also an argument, a twofold argument, pointing out how we ameliorate absolute poverty, which should be a concern for leftists, but doesn't seem to be anymore, by the way, and also an argument for the maintenance of a necessary inequality. Like, I'm not sure that inequality can be decreased beyond a certain degree without that decrease causing other serious problems. And we can talk about that, but it's a complicated problem.
Yeah, for one point of clarification, when you say leftist, what do you mean by that?
Well, I was going with your definition, like essentially the core idea being something like the central problem being one of relative inequality in distribution of resources, and the central solution to that being something like state-sponsored economic intervention. I mean, there's other ways we could define left and right, and we can do that, but, I'll stick with the one that you brought forward to begin with.
Gotcha. Okay. I only want to be clear on that because people get mad if I call myself a leftist. Oftentimes online or especially in Europe or worldwide, leftists will refer exclusively to like socialists or communists, and anybody to the right of that would be considered like a liberal. If you
no, usually a fascist.
Well, depending on who you're
very rapidly.
Yeah. I just wanted to be clear on that. So I'm absolutely a pro-capitalist, pro-free market guy. I'm never gonna.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's good. It's good to get that clear. Why?
Yeah. Because I would argue that when you look at like the fall of the Soviet Union, or you look at the failure of like socialist or communist regimes, I don't know if the issue there was so much redistribution. I think the problem.
That was one of many issues.
I don't think it was an issue at all, actually, I would say. I think the issue was command economies.
Wait a minute.
Go ahead.
Wait a minute. What do you mean redistribution wasn't an issue? What the hell do you think they did to the kulaks? That was forced redistribution. It resulted in the death of 6 million people. So maybe I'm not understanding what you mean, but that was redistribution at its like pinnacle.
Sure.
And forced redistribution. And it was brutal.
When I think of the strengths of capitalism, the ability for markets to dynamically respond to shifting consumer demand is like the reason why capitalism and free market economies dominate the world. When you've got socialist or communist systems, command economies where a government is trying to say, this is how much this is going to cost, this is how much you're going to produce and make. This is a failed way of managing a state economy. Even in places where they still do it, there are always shadow economies and stuff. There were in the Soviet Union that prop up where people try to basically ameliorate the conditions that are resulting from said horrible command economy practices. So I guess in a way you could argue a command economy is kind of like redistribution. It's a form of it, but
no, it's a worse problem. If you're pointing to the fact that that's a worse problem, I'm with you
I would say that's
100%.
definitely the reason why these places failed, because they just weren't able to respond to changing conditions.
Okay, so what's the difference between?
Going online without ExpressVPN is like leaving your kids with the nearest stranger while you go to the restroom. They're probably not a kidnapper or a serial killer, but why would you ever take that risk? Every time you connect to an unencrypted network in cafes, hotels, or airports, you leave your data vulnerable. Any hacker on the same network can steal your personal data, such as your passwords and financial details. It doesn't take much technical knowledge to hack someone. Hackers can make up to $1,000 per person selling personal info on the dark web. ExpressVPN creates a secure, encrypted tunnel between your device and the internet, so that hackers can't steal your sensitive data. It'd take a hacker with a supercomputer over 1 billion years to get past ExpressVPN's encryption. I love how easy ExpressVPN is to use. You just fire up the app and click one button to get protected. Plus, it works on all devices, phones, laptops, tablets, and more, so you can stay secure on the go. Secure your online data today by visiting expressvpn.com/Jordan, expressvpn.com/Jordan, and you can get an extra 3 months free. That's expressvpn.com/Jordan.
Okay, so what's the difference between a state that attempts to redistribute to foster equality of opportunity and a command economy? Is it a difference of degree? Like, are you looking at models let's say like the Scandinavian countries, or I wouldn't use Canada, by the way, because Canada is now, what would you call, predicted by economic analysts to have the worst performing economy for the next 4 decades of all the developed world. So maybe we'll just leave the example of Canada off the table.
Sure.
Scandinavian countries are often the polities that are pointed to by, I would say, by people who, at least in part, are
I
putting
got a
forward
long day
view
of playing the fuck out of this
redistribution
game
for
tomorrow, so I'm
purposes
gonna
of
catch
equality
some
of opportunity like you are,
Z's.
but they're a strange analogy
Been
because they're
very
very
much
small
pleasure.
countries. Up till now, they were very ethnically homogenous.
I'll finish this
Exactly, and that makes a
interview
big
tomorrow
difference
as
when you're
well.
trying to
Peace and love, guys.
flatten out the redistribution. Plus, they're also incredibly wealthy, which makes redistribution, let's say, a lot easier. So why doesn't a government that's bent on redistribution fall prey to the pitfalls of command economy and forced redistribution, for that matter? How do you protect against that?
I think what you have to do is very, very, very difficult. Is people get very ideologically captured by both ends, and they feel very, I guess, like committed, or they feel very allegiant to pushing certain forms of economic organization. And I think sometimes it blinds them to some of the benefits of what exists when you incorporate